Off. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A very good afternoon from Bandung, Indonesia, and also a very good morning and good evening in whichever side of the world you are right now. I sincerely hope everybody is in good health and condition amidst the global pandemic of COVID-19. The Honorable Director of School of Postgraduate Studies Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Haji Syihabuddin, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, Dr. Ian Haris Sujai, Professor Richard Giulinotti, PhD, Professor Daniel Gold, PhD, and Dr. Haji Zaiduddin Amali, SA, MSE, the Honorable Conference Chair, who is also the Head of Study Program for both master's and doctoral degree for sports education study program, School of Postgraduate Studies, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Welcome to the third International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace 2021. It is such an honor and a privilege for me, Chef Ubad Abdullah, to be your Master of Ceremony for this two-day conference. And to begin with, I would like to invite His Excellency, Professor Dr. Amung Makmun, MPD, the chair, the conference chair, as well as the head of study program for sports education to deliver the report and welcoming speech. Professor Dr. Amung Makmun, the floor is now yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Many thanks to all of you for being here at the third International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace with the theme Sport Advanced into Sport for Development and Peace Challenges for Global Sport. My name is Amung Makmun, and it is an honor for me to speak on behalf of the organizer of this conference. Before I begin, I would like to express my gratitude to the director of the graduate school, Professor Dr. Syihabuddin, MPD, and especially to all keynote speakers, Mr. Dr. Zainuddin Amali, SA, MSc, Minister of Youth and Sport of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Daniel Gold from Michigan State University, US, Professor Richard Giulinotti from Loughborough University, UK, and Professor Ian Haris Sujai from Republic Polytechnic, Singapore. Thank you very much for your willingness to participate in this conference. In today's conference, we will know about sport for development and peace with many topics that will be raised at the conference. Currently, sport has become a very important global issue in carrying out UN mission. Today's sport has many benefits, not only for the development of the sport itself, but also as an instrument for the development of a nation's society. I hope this conference can give us more insight into the development of sport for the development of a nation's society, so that sport become an important part of a state policy. Once again, I thank you for participating in this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Amung, the conference chair, for the report and the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the Director of School of Postgraduate Studies, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, to deliver his speech as well as officially open today's agenda. So without further ado, please join me in giving the warmest welcome to Professor Dr. Haji Syihabuddin, MPD.
Thank you, Chef Ubad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in wa ba'du. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. Respected conference committee, speakers and participants, especially Dr. Jainuddin Amali, Ministry of Sport and Youth, Professor Daniel, Professor Richard, and Professor Ian Harris as keynote speakers. It is an honor to welcome all of you today for the one day of the third International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace, which again, just like last year conference, due to COVID-19 outbreak, it's held virtually through a video meeting application. I welcome all eminent speakers and guests of different countries from different walk of life to exchange experience and work together on the very interesting topic, I think, of sport advance into sport for development and peace. Challenge for global sport. I mean challenges for global sport. Respected committee speakers and participants. Sport and physical activity are rapidly gaining recognition as simple, low-cost, and effective means of achieving development goals. In addition to sports' inherent benefits, well-designed sport-based initiative incorporating the best values of sport can be a powerful, practical, and cost-effective tool to achieve development and with objective. I believe that scale and success in harnessing the power of sport for development and peace internationally depend on engaging and mobilizing national government as this drive national and international development strategies and investment. I hope this conference will explore the diverse approach of challenge for global sports in cross-section of countries to learn what our challenge has been ensuring that remain to be addressed and how national government, of course, including Indonesia, can be broaden the current dialogue to both strengthen current sport advance into sport for development to harness and integrate the tremendous power of sport into broader national development and peace strategies. Respective conference committee, speaker, and participant, we are all seeking inspiration and hunger with knowledge and experience sharing from all sports science educator and general expert, as well as professional to discuss more about this theme. Finally, I would like to express my deep respect, my sincere thanks to all, especially the committee from Sport Education Department under Prof. Amung Ma'mun, three keynote speakers, postgraduate students, and participants for your positive involvement in the conference. Okay, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Shihabuddin, as the Director of School of Postgraduate Studies, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, for the welcoming speech, as well as the official opening of the conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now that the event has been just officially open, it's time for us to have the first keynote speech, which will be delivered by Dr. Ian Harisujai. And the session will be chaired by my dear colleague, Ibu Rita Anggorowati MPD. But first, allow me to briefly read her CV because it's so long. It's such a long CV. So Ibu Rita, I'm just going to make a highlight about it. Is it okay?
Thank you, Mr. Ubad.
So, Ibu Rita earned her bachelor degree of English language education in April 2004 from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. She then pursued her Master of Education of Educational Administration from the same university. And since 2019, she has been a doctor candidate of Educational Administration on the same at the same university. She has been publishing so many articles and books in which I cannot mention one by one. And some of her academic and professional experiences include academic director and co-founder of Indonesia Creative Education Institute, capacity building office at Southeast Asia Ministers of Educational Regional Center for Early Childhood Care and Education and Parenting, or we call it SEAMEO CECEP, and secretary to board of directors of Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Regional Center for Early Education Care and Education and Parenting from April 2018 to January 2021. She has also been certified for facilitator of 7 Habits for Highly Effective People. That is such a popular method, I know. And also facilitator of Principal Academy, Franklin Covey, and professional NLP coach from Indonesia NLP Society. As I promised earlier that I'm not going to be able to read all of the CV due to the length and the quality of the CV. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving the sweetest and the warmest welcome to the one and only Ibu Rita Anggorowati. Ibu Rita, the floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Mr. Chef Ubad. It is nice to see you. Okay, so
yeah, you too.
Okay, during the pandemic, we haven't met each other, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, we haven't. Let's make an appointment.
Okay, so thank you so much for that. Assalamualaikum. May peace be upon you. The Honorable Professor Amung Makmun, thank you for inviting me. So it was nice to be here again since the second of conference last July. Thank you so much for having me. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon. As some of us now might participate from some different time zones. So as Mr. Ubad already told you, my name is Rita Anggorowati and I will be serving as your moderator today. I hope everyone is doing fine amidst the pandemic situation. So ladies and gentlemen, as it was mentioned by the Master of Ceremony, I would like to once again welcome you to the 3rd International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace. The topic of today is Sport Advance into Sport for Development and Peace, Challenges for Global Sports. We will have 3 keynote speakers sharing for today, coming from Republic Polytechnic Singapore, Loughborough University, UK, and Michigan State University, USA. We will use English as the medium of language, but then not to worry. If you have any problem, you can mention or state your opinions in Bahasa, and I will help you in translate it into our keynote speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, for approximately the next 6.5 hours, so it's going to be a very long day. In this first day, each keynote speakers will be having 60 minutes of presentation, followed by 30 minutes of question and answer session. After the second keynote speakers, we will have, not to worry, 90 minutes healthy break before we continue to the third speakers. So ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker would be Dr. Ian Harris Sujay from Republic Polytechnic Singapore, who will be presenting technology and sport biomechanics trends in research and application. Really sorry if I mentioned your name incorrectly. So before we continue to his presentation, allow me to introduce our honored keynote speaker. So Dr. Ian, can we please see your face? So probably the committee would highlight your face. Hello.
I'm already online with the video. Can you see me?
Oh, okay. Yes. So probably we are going to...
Oh, that's me.
Okay, highlights your face. Okay, so how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Alhamdulillah, thank you.
Alhamdulillah. So are you in Singapore now?
Yes, I am. I am in Singapore.
Okay, so it's not very long time difference that we are having now. So please, okay, let me introduce you. So I'm going to read your short curriculum vitae, if you don't mind.
Sure, nothing beats yours actually.
Okay. So Dr. Ian.
I should be the moderator. You should be the keynote.
No.
Was it my mistake?
Okay. So Dr. Ian Harris Ajay is the Connexus Senior Manager coming from Ergo Technology Center, Senior Lecturer, Sport and Exercise Science at Republic Polytechnic, Singapore. Okay, Dr. Ian graduated from the University of Western Australia with honors in 2004, majoring in human movement, sports, and exercise science, completed his PhD in sports biomechanics on a research scholarship from the Nanyang Technological University with the School of Physical Education and Sports Science, NIE. Today, Dr. Ian continues to present his research work at the International Society of Biomechanics in Sport conferences, which is the highest arena for sport biomechanics to present applied research in sport, and publishes in several peer-reviewed journals, including the Sport Biomechanics Journal, International Journal of Sports Science and Performance Analysis, as well as the Journal of Sport and Exercise Sciences. Dr. Ian is a current member of ISBS, as well as a life member with the Singapore Physical Education Association. Without further ado, Dr. Ian, the time is yours. You will have 60 minutes from now.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yes, I believe you can.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
Not yet. Okay. Probably it's on its way.
Oh.
Yes, now we can see it.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. First and foremost, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I have an English name, but I'm a Malay and I'm a Muslim, so you don't have to worry about my name.
Okay.
First and foremost, to Dr. H. Zainuddin, Minister of Sports, Youth and Indonesia, to Professor Dr. Shihabuddin, Director of School Postgraduate at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, to Professor Dr. Amung, Chair of the Third ICSDP Conference, as well as to Professor Giulianotti and Professor Gould, esteemed keynote speakers for today's conference, as well as to all participants. Thank you actually for inviting me to share insights on the technology and sports biomechanics, trends in research and applications. I'm actually humbled to be invited as a keynote speaker. I should be the moderator as spoken just now, and Rita should be the keynote. But nevertheless, let me share a little bit of what I've done in the areas of biomechanics and technology. First and foremost, this is where I am from. If some of you have the opportunity to come to Singapore, this is the campus that I work at, Republic Polytechnic. And we are located at the north of Singapore. You can see the red dot. So we are not as big as Indonesia, 42 kilometers from east to west, 25 kilometers from north to south. So we can cover it in a day. And we established in 2002. There are about 7 schools and 3 centers in RP, over 14,000 students and about 1,000 staff. Now the difference between us and the other institutions of higher learning in Singapore is that we leverage on problem-based learning and authentic learning modalities. So we don't focus on lectures, not tutorials, but we focus on coming up with problems for the students to solve. And at the end of the day, there should be a multiple solution to one problem. So this is actually a holistic learning, whereby it is industry-based. So this is a little bit about me. I'm a sports biomechanist by training. I look at human movement in nature. I look at gait. I look at posture, and I apply the principles of sports and exercise science together with technology to infuse some knowledge pertaining to coaching implications or pertaining to rehabilitation. But just to share with you, even though I've been in this field for quite some time, I'm actually learning. Learning actually takes a main bulk of my life as an educator because of the constant evolution of technology. The technology keeps on changing, and therefore I have to learn and how to adapt this technology to the scope that I do at RP. Just to give you a little bit of narrative of today's sharing session, to understand actually what sports biomechanics is and its function in sports. I know that the university does some sports biomechanics to a certain extent. and this part of the lecture may be a little bit familiar to you, but nonetheless, it sets the tone, it sets the narrative to what I'm going to share with you with regards to number 2, which is the technology trends for research and application in biomechanics. And the third one I will talk about is about the integrated technology solutions and biomechanics. And this is where we transcend from the trend from the original purpose of biomechanics to what it is now today. The transition is actually quite quite in-depth, simply because of the advancement in technology. Now, all of you have already heard about Industry 4.0 and IoT, in Internet of Things. So as a sports biomechanics, we also have to ride on this wave. And the way we ride on this wave, it actually focuses more on technology that helps the people in terms of rehabilitation. So there are 3 things that we talk about in integrated technology solutions. One of them is wearable technology. The second one is adaptive technology. And the last one is about AI and machine learning. The third one is actually a little bit daunting for some of us, for many of us, in fact, especially for myself as well, when I started to learn applying machine learning and AI for biomechanics. It's simply because there's a lot of programming that takes place, but not to worry, I will share with you some tricks of the trade whereby you can actually use machine learning and AI for your sports biomechanics application. So let's begin with what is biomechanics and its function in sport. So traditional biomechanics is actually the study of structure and function of biological system by means of methods of using mechanics and mathematics. So we actually look at movement patterns, we look at gait patterns, we understand the word bio. The word bio means from something which is alive. It can be a plant, a human, or even cellular level. Mechanics is applying these principles of mechanics and mathematics to understand what is actually going on. And biomechanics actually stems from 2 main disciplines. One is physics and one is biology. And the underlying principle of sports biomechanics is actually to study and analyze human movement and sports performance. We need to understand what is actually happening to an athlete or a person as a person performs certain skill, or what happens to a person who is old. Could there be changes in the walking pattern? Could this walking pattern change due to something which is innate in you, variability, or is it could be due to the environment, or it could be due to the person himself. So if you put everything together as a whole, it's about to understand what is happening, or the cause and the effect of what is happening. And because we are biomechanists, we are not looking at what is internal. Internal means we are not looking at the physiological constraint of a person. So let me give you an example. If you were to look at the physiological constraint of a person, is looking at a physiology. You look at aerobic capacity, you look at anaerobic capacity, right? You look at the energy system of the person that causes the person to move. But in sports biomechanics, we look at the outside. Because something moves without something else that is causing it to move, we are more interested in understanding the cause and effect, and that's where we employ the laws of physics that follows conventional classical physical laws. So therefore, it's important to understand these concepts of mechanics and how they are applied to human movement. So for example, if you look at the bicycle, we know that in physiology, long distance cyclists will use different intermittent energy systems like anaerobic capacity or aerobic capacity as they travel the distance. But in biomechanics, we don't look at that. We look at the point upon which the knee is at its most at the top, and when the knee exerts a force onto the pedal, and that pedal then translates to a rotational movement, something towards a mechanical concept. So we are actually that area rather than looking at the energy systems of the person. So let me just give you a rundown of what biomechanics is and its function in sports. So the first thing that we look at for biomechanics is actually to eliminate guessing what the technique is. So we don't guess. So I guess when I come, the area that I work with is actually in sepak takraw. I think all of you know what sepak takraw is, right? It's a sport that we play in our side of the world. And most of the time when the coaches train or the teachers train the sport, it's actually based on guess. Why? Because they are actually not aware of that there is actually a systematic observation that can be put in place for what a good technique is, and therefore it can translate to teaching modalities. But because we guess, and when we guess, sometimes the information can be misconstrued. Misconstrued means can be misinterpreted to something else based on the person who is guessing. Now that is actually a very, very dangerous thing to do. Whatever I was taught 10 years ago, it can translate down to something which is wrong today. And that's what actually happening in the sport today. Okay? The second one is actually to understand the effects of training. So what happens when we took a when we come up with a training modality, and what will happen to the athlete when they do this training? Now, most of the time, physical educators or coaching practitioners will come up with a training plan. That training plan is a systemic plan whereby they look at years, months, and weeks, and within each of those duration, they will implement a certain training modalities. Now, to see the training modalities in totality with regards to biomechanics, we need to understand what is the effects of training, so the cause and effect of training. So let me give you an example. When we do training, the old method is actually, when we look at the sepak takraw serve, we look at the serve. There are two types of serve. One of them is the kuda serve and one of them is the sila serve. When we do training, most of the time, the player will toss the ball and the server will hit the ball. But we know in actual competition, that doesn't happen and the ball can never be at the same place. I will share with you what I meant by this as we go along in part number 2. When that happens, you cannot expect the trainer to train tossing the ball all the time because the ball will always be different. And that variation is actually important in training. So that's perturbation, and that's the effects of training that I'm talking about. The third one is actually met athletes with sport. If you were to look at some players, the morphology of the players will actually be linked to a sport. Some sports will require a certain morphology. For example, if you were to look at rugby players actually, they don't have any necks. If you look at their necks, they don't have any neck. Means the muscle in the neck, sternocleidomastoid muscle, is actually very big. One of the reasons why is because when they do a scrum, imagine someone who is very has a thin neck. When they do the scrum, it can break and that will cause injury. Assess the efficacy of sports equipment. So today we have equipment made up of carbon fiber, for example. If you were to look at the last Olympic Games, the Malaysian cyclists, if you follow the sport, the Malaysian cyclists did a lot of R&D for their cycling equipment. Just for the bicycle, it costs a few millions of dollars, and it requires a lot of R&D. So, looking at that, that is where sports biomechanics can come into play. Again, I will share this later with you with regards to how we can use this in sports biomechanics. The third one is the fourth one is actually to prevent injury, and this is actually related to the number 2, understanding the effects of training. There are certain principles or concepts of mechanics that can allow the coaches to understand what is it that causes injury, what is it that causes enhanced performance, and we can explain this using physics concepts or mechanics concepts. The last but not least is actually important because it helps you to understand the cause and effect using the concepts of physics. So what happens when a movement occurs? What is the cause of that movement, and what will the effect be when someone causes that movement to occur? Okay, so I will share with you the last part in a couple of slides. There's to be followed up. So if you were to look at the 3 pictures that I showed to you, the cause and effect actually looks at the laws of physics, and this is actually according to Newton's law. First law, when an object stays in motion, there is required the object will stay in motion until an external force comes into contact with. Right. So if you were to look at the free kick on the top left corner, the ball will stay in motion. Will stay stationary until the kicker comes and exert a force onto the ball, and that's actually cause and effect. What happens to the ball after the ball has been hit? The second picture on the top right actually looks at termination of motion. So the force again is applied in the direction which is against motion. So the ball comes to the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper will hit the ball. The ball will catch the ball and causes an external force in the opposite direction of motion, and that causes the motion to stop. The third one is actually causes a change in direction. Now, this is something which is actually ever present in any sports that we play. Badminton, tennis, it causes a change in direction. And to have that effect, we need to have a cause, and that cause is actually Newton's law, to hit the ball in such a way that it changes direction. Now, I'm not here to teach you about physics. I'm just sharing with you the cause and effect. What happens when something happens to an implant, or like, for example, for this example is the ball, and what happens to the ball when an external force comes into play. So that's where biomechanics comes in. How much force is exerted will then depend on how fast the ball spins, where the ball is pushed and how hard the ball is stopped or how quick the ball is stopped. And most of the tennis players' concern is actually how hard they can hit the tennis ball. So we can actually explain the cause and effects using the change of momentum principle, whereby a body is actually proportional to the force causing it. So if you were to look at Newton's law, Newton's second law is equal to force times mass times acceleration. So I think most of you already know what is this. I don't need to explain to you. The amount of force is actually direct proportional to the amount of acceleration because the mass is constant. So when there is a change in acceleration, there is a change in force, and because the tennis player is able to hit the ball as hard as possible, therefore it will generate to a higher velocity of the ball at release. Now, this is something which we did with University of Padang in Padang, UNP, whereby they came over and they did some research with us to look at the impact force using technology. Again, I will share this with you again as the slides goes along. And remember when I talk about causing injuries, right? When we talk about causing injuries, there are certain cause and effect that we can use, certain principles and concepts that we can use. One of them is actually the change in momentum that it produces. Now, impulse, which is the third derivative of force equals to mass times acceleration, will cause us to have a change in momentum. MVF minus MVI is actually a change in momentum. And this momentum is really important because it allows you to understand what will happen to a person, for example, when two persons collide. And when the two persons collide, if you want one who's bigger and one is smaller, you will know that the one who's smaller will suffer the grunts of the impact, and therefore it will cause a lot of injury. Now, when we translate that to sports, when we translate that to how we can allow or we can understand what are the things that is needed for that external forces to not result in injury, then we can actually apply this principle in biomechanics. So a lot of contact sports like rugby, footy, Australian football, where there is body-to-body contact, a lot of coaches will emphasize on the importance of this change in momentum, and therefore, because of this, they can understand actually where is it that you need to tackle. So if you have a big person coming towards you, and I'm only 50 kilograms coming to you, I will change my direction of tackle. That means I don't come head on, I come to the side, simply because of this change in momentum. And when we look at this change of momentum, there's two things that we can actually derive for. One is actually to enhance performance. If you look at the baseball player, the time upon which the impulse is catered towards the impact is actually important because it contributes to a larger impulse impact. So if you look at the baseball player, the ball is hit and follow through. So a lot of players, whereby they use a striking element, they follow through, and therefore, if the time is longer, you can generate a greater performance of the baseball ball as it travels. But when it comes to injury prevention, you want that time to be shorter. So you want to dissipate that force over a longer time period. So if you look at the basketball players, normally when people catch the ball in sports such as netball or basketball, they tend to bend their elbows rather than sticking out and make their elbows rigid. So this time with the ball longer dissipates the force that is experienced by the joint. So all this is actually based on that third derivative of force equals to mass times acceleration, and the relationship between the two is actually linear impulse momentum relationship. Now, because we are able to understand the cause of effect, this will actually make the coaches change the way they do their coaching modalities. And more so when it comes to a beginner or someone who's novice, when they're teaching children, for example, they want to impart the fundamental concepts well into the child or into the child athlete, so that when they grow along their training programs or when they progress along their careers, it will be second nature to them. This is something interesting. I couldn't explain the laws of Newton's law actually very well but I found this jiffy in internet, and I found that it replicates the laws of Newton's third law very well. So Newton's law simply says that there is an equal and opposite reaction of the force. So if you look at the person who's shooting, the moment they press the moment the bullet is released forward, the gun travels backward. So that's actually Newton's third law, and a lot of athletes use this to enhance their performance. For example, in swimming, if you have to look at the Olympic swimmers, when they reach the wall, when they do the 360 turn, actually they push off from the wall, and that gives them an edge. Imagine if they do that, then there's no propulsion forward, right? So if you were to look at the picture on the bottom right, that force is actually exerted by the feet onto the wall, and the wall actually exerted a force in opposite direction. The magnitude of the force is actually the same, right? But the direction is different. Again, this actually explains the cause and effect of the principles of biomechanics and its function in sports. Now, I think Professor Amung did a study on golf, if I'm not mistaken, in 2018, and he looked at chipping. And one of the things that he looked at chipping was actually to look at the angle of release. Chipping, you don't need to have a very hard hit onto the ball, but the angle of attack of the golf club is actually important for chipping, right? You have the 46, you have the 50, 54, and 58. Now that angle of attack causes the ball to go into a projectile motion. The projectile motion will then determine where the ball lands. And based on this projectile motion, there are actually three factors that causes the ball to land. One of them is release velocity, how fast the ball is hit after impact. Release angle, and that angle is actually important because it determines where the ball lands in golf. Last but not least, actually, is release height. So that angle of attack is critical with regards to golf. And that is why multiple golf clubs will have different golf angle of attacks. Now, we can also understand that release of velocity is really important. So if you were to look at the golf clubs, the one that generates the fastest ball velocity is actually the driver. One of the reasons why is because of the longer club length. You have the club shaft, which is the longest, and you have the club head, which is the biggest. And if you were to impart Newton's law, if you impart the force equals to mass times acceleration, the longer the r, the greater the acceleration of the club head, and therefore you will go further. Okay, and that is one of the only example which I can share with you and can clearly illustrate how we use biomechanics in its function of sports. Actually, this with regards to projectile motion. And if you were to look at the Olympic Games, this is actually a platform diver. Once the platform diver is in the air and there is no other external forces that cause it to happen, so you cannot get another diver or the coach to come and dive with the diver to cause it to rotate. But the whole idea of this platform diver is actually to do some rotation and somersault, and that is where the degree of difficulty comes in. Because there's no external forces that causes this change of direction, the diver has to do something to himself, right, or to herself. And one of the ways to do that is actually to make the diver smaller. And when making the diver smaller, is actually the diver is actually decreasing its moment of inertia, and therefore it can rotate faster. So if I were to explain this using the biomechanical concepts, if in position 1, when the diver is there, it's actually having a large moment of inertia. When there is a large moment of inertia, you cannot rotate as fast. But when the moment of inertia is small, you're able to rotate. Now, this moment of inertia is actually dependent upon the radius of the axis of rotation to the head. So imagine there's a dot at the waist and the head is there. If you look at position number 1, the length of the dot to the head is actually longer as compared to position number 2 and smaller position number 3. So at position number 3 is actually where the rotation is the smallest, moment of inertia the smallest, and therefore the angular velocity is actually the fastest. As and when you land, enter the water, it gets larger again. Okay. So again, this is how we use biomechanics and to look at its function in sports. We are able to explain the entire performance and why they do what they do. The question is actually why. And the next second question is how they do what they do. Shouldn't this be an advantage to any physical teachers or any sports practitioners? By looking at the athletes, they know why and how they do, they can come up with a correct training program. But if you were to look at guessing, but if you were to use a guess and elimination process, then chances are you will not be able to get that on paper because the movement is too fast and there are too many parts to that movement. Now, this is one of the interesting applications of biomechanics and function in sports. I'm not sure if you have watched the 19 World Cup, I think, where France versus Brazil in the final. And that's where a lot of pundits, they say that this actually defies the laws of physics. But in all honesty, it's actually physics that causes the ball to course that way. So the pundits are actually not aware of physics and how it's applied. So if you were to look at the way Roberto Carlos kicked the ball, he applied an external force, but it actually kicks the ball off center. And when he kicks the ball off center, he allows the ball to spin. And that is actually according to Magnus effect. If you look at the picture below, that Magnus effect causes a change in pressure. And that change in pressure causes the object to spin. The faster the force is exerted onto the ball, the quicker the change in pressure and the greater the spin will be. Same goes for tennis and same goes for the soccer player. So if you were to watch, if you have watched the movie Bandit, like David Beckham, the girl who wants to be a professional soccer player. So she mimics the way David Beckham kicks the ball, and that can be explained using this concept of Magnus effect. So if you were to look at this concept, these Magnus effects can also be applied under the water, not only above the water. There are certain principles that causes the rotation to happen, and one of them is actually lift forces and drag forces. Now that lift forces causes a change in direction. So if you were to see for example, a submarine, right? When they come into the water, they dive. When they dive, they flip the fin, and that flipping of the fin causes this change in pressure. And when a change in pressure causes, it allows the ball to rotate, or the submarine to change in direction. This is the last slide for function in sports, because I think I don't need to explain to all of you. I'm just trying to share with you the application of it as a function of sports. The last one I'm sharing with you actually fluid mechanics, and this is where the athletes use technology. For example, the swimmers, they use a swimsuit. There is a swimsuit that was developed by I can't remember the company. It is actually called the shark's fin swimsuit, whereby they use the technology of animal scale. And if I and you were to wear that suit, we will actually be breaking the world record again and again and again. So therefore, FINA says that it's illegal, and because of that swimsuit, the swimmer is actually able to reduce the drag forces. So drag forces is something that's against motion. So if I'm going to the left, the drag force is coming from the right, and it's actually stopping me from movement. The faster I go, the greater the drag forces. So in racing, these drag forces is actually one of the things that help the racer to win. One of them is actually using the drag forces to have a down force, causing the pressure of the car so that the car doesn't flip. And this is based on the wings of the car at the front and at the back. So again, the application of sports biomechanics is actually not only for sports and not only for technique analysis or human movement analysis, but it's also for technology. How we can infuse technology in our sports equipment, for example, or how we can infuse technology so that they can actually provide an advantage to the biomechanics, actually to the coaches. Okay. So let's recap on our number one. We talk about eliminating guessing what good technique is. We also talk about its role and function of understanding the effects of training. We also match athlete with sports, right? For example, you can see weightlifters, right? In the Olympic sport, weightlifters, they are not very tall. Actually, very short. Most of them are actually very short. I think Indonesia won a medal in the recent Olympic Games on weightlifting, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rita. But I think they won a bronze, I think bronze or silver. Was it a gold? I can't remember. But it was actually inspirational to see Indonesia win a medal in Olympics. I do not know when Singapore will win, hopefully soon. So matching the athlete actually allows the weightlifter to not have to travel so high a distance. Imagine someone who's very tall and they have to carry that 200 kilograms or 200 pounds to that certain effect. Surely it's not effective. Assessing the efficacy of sports equipment is actually one of the things that we do in biomechanics. And we look based on the principles of fluid mechanics, and preventing injury is baseline. Okay, so anything that we do is actually baseline, and we explain the cause and effect. So we have already recapped sports mechanics and its role in and the function of sports. Okay, sorry, is there a question?
Okay, not yet. We're going to have the session after you finish your
Oh,
presentation.
okay, sorry. Okay, so the second one, I'm going to go a little bit deeper. Most of you already understand what sports biomechanics is, what we do, why we do. The second part is actually to look at the technology trends for research and applications in biomechanics. Now the application for research in biomechanics is actually very, very wide. What I'm going to share is actually what is actually happening and what is it that we're actually looking for as a sports biomechanist. And the translation of simple motion capture to something which is more applicable in that sense. That is the trend that we're looking at in terms of technology and its usage. So a little bit of background, areas of biomechanics research, there are actually four. We look at four. One of them is occupational biomechanics. Now, occupational biomechanics is actually about ergonomics, how we stand, how we sit, the chairs, for example, the cockpit in the fighter pilot. We are Asian as compared to American, which is a little bit bigger, longer limbs, bigger thighs. So we're a little bit different. So the fitting of the cockpit fighter pilot has to fit the morphology of an Asian fighter pilot. Rehabilitative biomechanics, that's where we look at adaptive technology. We look at how we can help a person come back from injury to pre-injury state using biomechanical modalities. Developmental biomechanics looks at the skeletal structure. For example, what causes the stress to happen. So you may have heard that we cannot elicit mass training, heavyweight training on children simply because it will impede the development of the bone, right, before the epiphyseal plate has sealed. So if you do that, then there will cause a lot of strain on the joints, and therefore it will cause injury to the athlete. Last but not least is actually to look at exercise and sports biomechanics. So this is where most of the research modalities using sports and exercise science are applied. And we need to understand the human movement, improve technique, risk of injury, enhance performance, and understanding the cause and effect. And the way we do sports biomechanics research is actually by looking at four main approaches. One is qualitative, one is quantitative, mixed method, and predictive. So let me share with you a little bit on what is qualitative. So the qualitative analysis actually stems from the word to qualify. Qualify means I see what I see, I qualify what I see. Qualify means to use the eye and to see what they see. So a lot of pundits do this. Pundits, after watching a game, you can see that the pundits will say, oh, the players are not doing as what they do, the players are not performing as what they're supposed to performing. This is actually to qualify the movement. Now, because of research, we need to ensure that there is validity and there's reliability, right? So sports biomechanics often prefers numbers to actually observation. The qualitative is actually observation. So to substantiate that observation, we need to quantify the observation. Okay, so for example, if I have 2% standing in front of me, and I ask someone, say, can someone tell me who is taller? And so by looking at the 2%, you can see that one is taller or one is shorter. But that is actually not reliable. And someone who else may say, oh, that fellow is actually taller than the other person. But if you were to measure the height, then therefore that's quantitative. So quantitative is actually using some form of technology to quantify things that is happening on the ground. So this can be kinematics, this can be kinetics. Professor Amung did the golf study in 2018, and he looked at quantitative data. Quantitative data means the numbers that can substantiate something rather than just hearsay. Hearsay is actually qualitative. And most of the time, we do not disquantify qualitative. Actually, use both qualitative and quantitative. And that is when we look at predictive methods, or sorry, we look at mixed methods, whereby we look and we qualify and then we quantify to substantiate it. The last one is actually about predictive analysis. Predictive analysis uses some computer algorithm to predict something which is actually out of the human anatomical structure, right? For example, the wrist of the hand. Now, if you're aware in some of the sports, for example, in gymnastics, Yurchenko vault, the wrist at the hand when they hit the Yurchenko vault is actually very small, and because of the limitations of the wrist flexion, there's no way that the athlete can further hyperextend their wrist, otherwise it will break. So by predicting what will happen, and therefore we will understand the performance. Now, predictive analysis have moved from that to AI and machine learning, and that's where I will share with you later in integrated solutions technology for biomechanics. The whole idea of biomechanics research is actually to bridge the gap. We need to bridge the gap to understand what's happening on the ground. No more that we do research is for highbrows, publication of research based on highbrows research. But if the research is not does not bridge the gap, then most of the time the research is actually fruitless. It doesn't benefit anybody. We need to benefit the players. We need to benefit the coaches. We need to benefit the practitioners in how they do right. So based on their ability to understand what the research pertains, what the results are, they can come up with certain training modalities. So if you look at the picture below, this is one of the Mulia. He was a Sri Lankan bowler, cricket bowler. And one of the things that he did during the cricket World Cup was that a lot of the other countries said that he was actually bowling illegally. But by right, he's actually bowling legally. So because they see by their eyes, using their eyes, qualitative analysis, they say, oh, he's bowling illegally and shouldn't be bowling. But when he came to UWA, I was actually a second-year student in UWA at that time. So when he came to the lab, it was actually a big experience for us. We get to see a world-class athlete. We get to see how it's applied. Biomechanics is applied to the world-class athlete so that we can answer the question. So that's one of the professors that has taught me, Jackie Alderson. So what they did was actually they did a biomechanical analysis of the server. They look at the extension of the elbow. All right. So unlike the other bowlers, this athlete actually can extend a little bit more than the rest. So imagine if you can extend a little bit more for the rest, surely the ball can be generated faster, and that's what happened. He's able to hit the ball 20% more speed as compared to the rest. None of them can bat the ball in cricket. So because of that, we are now able to quantify what everybody thinks. And because of this quantification, the ICC says, oh, his bowling is actually legal within the 15 degrees of bowling elbow extension. So again, you see, it's actually bridging the gap. Now, if that doesn't happen, then today you will see him as an illegal bowler, maybe being banned from cricket all his life. So that is actually a lab-based setting. Today, Jackie Alderson has his team advancing towards wearable technology, whereby they actually move away from lab-based setting. Again, I will share this with you at the end of the lecture. So let's take a look at the fundamentals of all these human motion, understanding human movement, right? So the way the way it was done before is actually looking at cadavers. So these cadavers, the cadavers are dead people where they cut parts of their body and they look at flexion, extension, rotation, right? Now the problem with these cadavers is actually 1 and 0, binary 1 and 0. But we know that human movement, there are interlinkages between the human body. For example, if I were to tag somebody using my finger or using my thumb on a handphone, actually there are more than 80 muscles that is activated just for text. Imagine someone who's running, more than that, right? So sports biomechanics at that time came together and said, hey, this cannot be done. We cannot use this to understand human movement. So they need something else to do. So you cannot kill somebody and ask them to do something else, right? So what they do is actually they look at something known as motion capture using film cinematography. Film cinematography is something on the right. You can see the horses. So this photographs by Mulbridge allows the person to understand what is actually happening to a horse. Now the research question at the time was, did the horse leap in the air when they are running? If you use the naked eye, if you look at qualitative analysis, you can see that nobody will know because it happens very fast. But if you use cinematography, then you can see that actually the horse is actually galloping in the air, in between the stance of a person, of galloping. They're actually leaping in the air. So this allows biomechanics to understand human movement. And how this happens is actually like a comic strip. So I'm not sure if you guys have used this before. You take a stack of paper and you draw on every page the movement of the horse, and then you flip the pages. When you flip the pages, you can see the horse moving along the pages, and that's actually cinematography. Long time ago, cinematography. One of the issues with this cinematography is that it's very tedious and it's very cumbersome because you have to look at each of the clip one by one. So today, there's such thing as camera technology. So no more film, no more film is camera, video camera, right? Again, the same question asked when a person is running, is there a flight phase? And if you to look at the graph, there is actually a flight phase in between where the left leg and the right leg is actually in the air. And that is actually important because it sets the policy for certain sports like walking in the Olympics. You know, when they do the walking event, no 2 foot can be off the air at one time. So this actually allows the policy to take place for that sport. And the application of this human video high speed video technology allows a person to actually understand what is actually going on when a person takes off from the starting block. So this is one of the studies that they did. So if you to look at Usain Bolt now running, right? Usain Bolt running, when he runs, you can see that his body is actually slanted perpendicular to the two stepping side steps of the takeoff platform. And that is because they need to transfer the entire energy vertically downwards so that they can propel forward. So the whole idea is, again, not to look at biometric study in nature, but look at the technology that is in play. So we have cinematography, now we have high-speed video technology, and this video technology is actually obsolete. We don't do this anymore. What we do now today is actually looking at optical systems, high-speed optical. So just now was video, now is optical system. So this optical system looks at, it's actually an infrared camera whereby the camera sends out infrared lights and bounces off the marker. The marker is placed on the body of the person, and the camera then detects the displacement of the marker in the 3D space. This 3D space is based on XYZ origin, OOO origin, and the displacement of the marker is based on the location of that in 3D space. So this is something that we did in 2008. We used this optical camera for the study on sepak takraw. One of the reasons why we use this camera is actually because of the movement of the sepak takraw. We look at the surf. There's 2 types of surf. One is the kuda surf, and one is the normal surf. And because of this movement, we need something which allows us to detect the entire movement in high rapid succession. Okay, so we look at the camera. We place multiple cameras around the server. The server will stand at the circle of the server, and they will serve towards the other side of the court. Now, these cameras are actually in sync. So now the problem with the camera that I shown before, that I shared before, the high camera system, that camera are not in sync. If you have multiple cameras, you need to sync every camera. Syncing means all the cameras are actually looking at the entire movement the same time, the same sequence, and the same event. So camera 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7 is actually looking, but in multiple phases. So if I can rotate, if I want to rotate the person in 3 dimensions, I can look from the top, I can look from the bottom, and I can look from the left and right. So this allows biomechanics to actually look at the entire sequence more in detail. And because of technology now, I'm able to identify the differences, right? Albeit we know that based on the coaches' feedback, there are differences. The coaches always tell me, Ian, there are always differences between the two. But what are the differences? What are the main differences that we can then come up with so that the teachers or the PE teachers who does sports PE in sepak takraw, the sports coaches, the sports practitioners, they can then come up with the coaching implementation. So one of the things that we found based on technology is because we're able to identify the movement of the sequence in minute detail, we understand that there are actually differences in knee extension, right? Normal serve, the knee is more flexed as compared to the kuda serve, where the knee is actually straight. And when we apply that with the mechanical concepts of physics, we know that the longer the R, the greater the impact of the ball. The greater the impact of the ball, the greater the ball that is released. The greater the ball that is released, then the receiving team cannot receive the ball because the ball is just too fast. And that's what happened to Thailand. When Thailand introduced this kuda serve in the World Cup, in the Takraw World Cup, the opposing team could not receive the ball. They couldn't receive the ball because the ball was just too fast. So identify technical differences is one of the ways whereby we can apply technology for research and application. The second one is actually identifying variability in joint coordination. Professor Among did this. He looks at the head of the cloth in his chipping skills. But the one that we did in 2012, we're actually not looking at the foot. We look at the movement pattern of the kicking leg, right? So just now at the start, I've shared with you that the takraw server, no matter if they have been training with the server all their life, when they toss the ball position in the air just before impact actually different. It cannot be at the same time. It cannot be at the same spot again and again and again. And this is where technology comes in. So a lot of coaches used to tell me, I don't believe you, Ian, because the players will tell me that, hey, this is the correct spot. It's the same spot. But when I come up with the graph and come up with the detail of this using motion capture technology, I show them. And if you were to look at A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I, all these players are different players. And the one in white is where the Kuda serve balls are at impact. And the one in black are actually where the Sila serve ball are at impact. And even within the same serve, it's actually different, right? So different position of the ball in 3-dimensional. So it's impossible for the server to train trying to toss the ball at the same position. It's impossible. So what does this mean then for the sepak takraw server? It means that they have to adapt. When they adapt, then they have to attack the ball regardless of where the ball is. So traditionally, if the ball is not positioned at the correct spot where they want, they will just give up and tell the tosser, hey, toss again. But that's not actually the way. In competition, you cannot have that luxury. That luxury is not available for competition. Regardless of where the ball is, the ball have to toss, have to be hit. So we did a variability whereby we look at joint-joint coordination. So using motion capture, we put markers and we are able to look at this variability. So this variability, if you were to look at the graphs on the right, it's actually the pattern of the kicking leg from start of force production to ball of contact. So if you were to look, the patterns are almost similar, but actually they're different. The argument is the pattern are actually different, but they're actually similar. So where does this difference and where does this similar take place? It's different, but it's similar. It's similar, but it's different. So the difference is that they have to make those changes towards their kicking pattern. And that kicking pattern is actually crucial because it allows you to have full contact with the ball. But the pattern is the same. The pattern of construction is the same. So where do you see this? So the only way I can explain to you this is if you were to do your signature. You know, signature, you sign on the paper, you sign your signature, you sign 10 times. Most of you do that, sign 10 times, and you can see that your signature is actually the same, but your signature is also different. It may look the same, but there are small little changes. And those changes are actually the variability in coordination. And that variability is actually innate in you. So without technology, we cannot do this. We cannot identify this variability. We cannot, simply because it's impossible. So the only way we can do this is actually by using technology, right? So in teaching and in teaching of physical education, you can see that one student, when they throw the ball, to you is actually wrong. But actually by right, it's actually okay. Because the way they throw the ball, it may, although it may be different from the other peers, it's actually they're doing the correct coordination pattern. So when we apply this to teaching, when we apply this to sports coordination, we are able to come up with a strategy, right? So in Singapore, the strategy for PE is actually going away from linear pedagogy. So linear pedagogy is looking at one way alone, right? So if I were to teach the PE student to throw one way, everything else is wrong. But it's moving slowly towards non-linear pedagogy. So Professor Chow in NIE is leading this innovation whereby they look at non-linear pedagogy, whereby the students explore the way they throw. It is different, but it's actually similar. But then again, it is similar, but it is actually different. Okay, so this variability is important in joint coordination. And the only way we can do this is actually by looking at technology, using technology for its application. So what is the implication then for us then? Based on technology, we can understand that there are differences in technique and there must be perturbation in training. Without perturbation, everything is linear. We need to ensure that the athletes are able to adapt and make subtle changes to their approach to hitting the ball or kicking the ball. And that there is no one glove that fits all. There should be multiple ways of performing a certain skill. And that presence of perturbation allows the athlete to train their adaptability in that sense. Now, moving away from techniques and moving away from variability, we also use technology to look at how we use for equipment, for example. So in Singapore, we are actually changing from grass field to artificial filters, right? So we don't use grass anymore for multiple reasons. Now we're using artificial grass. So this artificial grass, synthetic plastic fibers that has rubber and sand infills. So if you look at the sand infills, rubber infills below, and it actually improves playability. We have grass turf characteristics such as moisture, hardness, grass cover, root density, depth in turf type, and distribution of impacts of the infield. So these are the things that makes a little changes in the way we do sports field. So today, most of the schools uses this. National Stadium has this. Most of the stadiums at Singapore also uses this. It's not cheap, but the sustainability is actually there longer. We played grass, natural grass before, and when it rains, we can't play anymore. It will be a mud pile, right? So that's why we change the concepts of the policy of changing from normal grass to artificial grass. Now, the problem with this artificial grass turf is actually this sand and rubber infills, right? So as you know, rubber, everybody thinks rubber good, rubber soft, rubber has a cushioning effect, right? So one of the things that that came up to us when Singapore was trying to do this was actually to understand, hey, what is actually happening to the athlete when they play actually on this type of grass? So is there a cushioning effect? Is it better for the athletes as compared to normal grass? And typically this cushioning effect is actually associated with the reduction in hardness. So it's actually softer, right? So a lot of players will say, oh, it's actually softer, I can play better, I can jump higher because of this playing surface. But when we actually did a study, we looked at high-speed capture and we used this technology known as a force platform technology. So if you look at the slide, we have this grass turf, and we put a force plate at the end. This is the force plate. On top of the force plate, there is a grass, and we get the athlete to run and do a side step, because the side step action is actually one of the most common action in soccer, and because we do not want any extra loading on the knee joint, we do the side step action. So if you look at the small little guy running, he will run, and then he would do a side step, and then he would do a change in direction. So that side step, that change in direction allows us to look at joint forces on the knee. Now, that force platform technology is actually crucial because it allows you to look at ground reaction force from three dimension, X, Y, and Z. And when we integrate this force platform together with the optical system, we're able to come up with a clearer picture, right? So they wore the same shoes, they did 10 side steps trials, they ran as fast as they could, they planned the side step on the force plate and did a 45 degrees angle. And this is what we found, something which we cannot find if we don't use the force platform technology. Now, if you notice that cushioning actually is counterintuitive to the running leg. Counterintuitive means the cushioning effect actually doesn't help the player at all. Right? It doesn't help the player at all. When the ground is actually softer, when the ground is actually soft, the leg is actually harder. The knee joint and the ankle joint stiffens up. When the ground is actually harder, the knee and the leg actually softens up. Now, this is known as leg stiffness in biomechanics. So leg stiffness is important because it allows you to propel forward. You need the external force to propel on the floor and move forward. So if you don't have that propulsion, then you're not able to walk. So let me give you an analogy. So if you were to run on the sand, soft, right? Is it easy to run on the sand or on the sand as compared to run on the road? It's difficult to run on the sand. Why? Because the sand is softer. And when the sand is softer, you need more effort to run. Same principle, same concept. If the AstroTurf has more rubber infills, then the turf is softer. If it's softer, you have you need more effort to propel forward. So if you were to walk and run on a trampoline, it's the same thing, right? So because of this, there was a change in policy whereby we need to ensure that the depth of the sand of the rubber infills cannot be too much, or it cannot be too low. It cannot be too high or too low. Currently, it's about 4 mm in depth. Somebody says 2 mm enough. So So research is ongoing, but the whole principle is it cannot be too high, it cannot be too low. It must be just nice. The key question here is what is just nice. So that is something which we are hoping to look at in the near future. So without technology, again, I cannot do this. So we have motion capture. We have motion capture now plus force platform. The third one is actually motion capture plus load cells. So this is the introduction to actually wearable technology, which I will share later. So what is this actually strain load cell? So one of the factors in tennis, so I'm giving you an example of where we do these load cells. So one of the things that we influence the tennis hit is actually force. Remember when I talk about force equals to mass times acceleration, the harder the impact, the greater the force, the faster the ball will travel across court. But up till today, not many has looked at this impact force directly using the tennis racket. What they do is they do surrogate data. Based on that surrogate data, they came up with certain values that could and could not have provide relevant information to the coaching. So university UMP came to us and said, hey, can we look at how we can quantify this load cell, how we can quantify this force for coaching practitioners, how we can use technology to quantify these forces. So we know string tension rackets changes a lot of time after the ball has been hit continuously. So in a typical tennis competition, the professional tennis players will have multiple rackets, and multiple rackets will have different tennis tension based on their preferences. Several studies have looked at how this tension affects rebound speed, but they did not quantify the force per se. So people who are in the teaching line, people who are in the coaching practitioners, they don't want to know about this rebound speed. They just want to know, hey, you hit hard or you don't hit hard. You hit pukul kuat atau pukul tidak kuat. You hit hard or you hit less. That's more important. If I hit hard, generally I will be able to send the ball faster across court. If I don't hit that hard, I'm not able to do it. Right? So existing means is by using inverse dynamics, whereby they use surrogate data and they make a mathematical formula to look at inverse dynamics. But not many have that access to lab-based setting. A lot of practitioners do not have. They are always outside in the court. They don't have time to come to the lab. So that's where the transition from lab-based setting to outside using wearable technology is actually important in sports biomechanics. And it is the direction upon which we are actually taking. Now, just to give you a little feedback, so this is what we did. We had a tennis racket. We developed some strain gauges onto the racket, and we put the markers onto the racket. So these markers are actually important, and it syncs together with the strain gauges. And this strain gauges sends a signal to the motion capture, and they collect the data. They collect the joint forces. They collect the loads. And because it is a wearable technology on the equipment itself, we need to calibrate this, right? So, for example, we need to know that the bending of the tennis racket is associated to how much loading, and we did it in two axes. One is face down, and one is the sideways, because the tennis racket will flip this way as well as will flip this way. And when we calibrate it, we use the weights. So certain weights, for example, this is about 20 kilogram, and that 20 kilogram will determine the amount of flexion and amount of deformation that the tennis racket has. So when a person hits the tennis ball with that amount of flexion and deformation, you can roughly know that there is a weight or there is a load that the racket is actually experiencing using the strain gauges. Okay, so this is an example. I don't know whether you can see the video. This is the Indonesian player from Padang who came and see. So we put markers and we put the strain gauges, and we had him hit the ball, and there's a target that the tennis player has to hit. And looking at the forces is actually one of the four objectives of the study. The second was actually look at joint coordination. If I'm not mistaken, Professor Sharial has submitted the paper for that into this conference. So this is what they did, and this is what they did. So based on that, then we can do some mathematical modeling, and we look at the application of forces where we can then quantify summation of forces in each of the x direction, right? So we can look at the velocity and we can look at the acceleration of racket. Without the technology of that force strain gauges, we are not able to do this. It's practically impossible. Now imagine if you can commercialize this, put this into a app, for example, and come up with a technology that allows tennis coaches or tennis players to put onto their racket, and because of that deflammation or deformation of the tennis racket, then we can then straight away tell the coaches based on the, hey, this is how much the fella is hitting, how hard is the fella hitting. So it makes things easy. So the whole idea is actually to bridge the gap, right? When I said before, is bridge the gap, make it easy for everybody using technology. So that is where we are at in biomechanics. And what was the thing that we found was that when the tension was high, the lesser the string deforms at impact. So this is actually critical because we know now that we can actually adjust the tension. Some players likes to have their tennis racket very high tension. Some players do not like. People who are older, right, they tend not to like high tension rackets. They tend to have low tension rackets. People who are younger don't like that. Why? Simply because it's difficult to hit. So again, it allows the user to determine what type of tension they want based on whether it is control or whether it is speed of the ball. I have to thank Professor Sharia for this. These are the colleagues from UMP that came to do the study with us. This is my team, and these are them when they came to do with us. So just to share a little bit with you. So let's recap. So technology has been used for research and application in biomechanics. It has changed from a simple understanding of technique to application in wearable technology or technology for application, strain gauges, force platform. This modality therefore determines what type of research you can do. Now you can do multiple research. It's not limited to just kinematic data. The data that they measure, it can be now enhanced and analyzed using technology, and it provides a comprehensive feedback. This comprehensive feedback now includes kinetic feedback as well for coaching implication. Okay, the last part of the talk. I hope I'm not boring you with my slides. The last part of the talk is to look at where we are now at with regards to biomechanics and technology. We have come so far that the whole idea about bridging the gap is now about bringing things to the field rather than getting athletes into the lab for various reasons, right? For clear reasons. One of the reasons is money, cost, affordability. One of the reasons is accessibility. Not many have access to high-end labs in every institution of higher learning. So if you were to bring things out, then it is for the mass, it's for the community, it's for the public to use. One of them is actually wearable technology. So if you to look at the evolution of Industry 4.0 and the evolution of IoT, Internet of Things, the application of wearable technology now is very huge and very wide. So much so that it can stem from business operation all the way to events, functions, applications, sectors. And within this application, you can see that there is an application for sports. Right? Can you see sports and wellness, right? Sports performance, fitness performance. You can look at gait and posture correction. Now, everything that is accessible in the lab is now made so much small in the way that is now able to be put onto your athletes and perform as per normal. There is IoT. With the technology of IoT, everything is now accessible via technology, via internet. You have 4G, you have 5G, right? You have the ability to transfer your data to clouds. That clouds can be accessed to anybody in the world. You don't have to be only in Indonesia to access the cloud. If you put your data in clouds, I in Singapore can access it, or vice versa. I put my data in clouds in Singapore, everybody in Indonesia can access it. And there's a lot of analysis that can be put in play. The analysis can even be wider now with this wearable technology. So this Professor Flesig, he shared with us in one of the conferences that can we change the way we do sports biomechanics using the change of times. Change of time means what is it that is available now today? Long time ago, IoT wasn't there. Industry 4.0 wasn't there. So we stick to lab-based setting, motion capture, come to the lab, put markers, perform the skill and look at the technology. But now with this IoT, and we are now able to look at a lot of data using this IoT. The IoT can capture a lot of data. So in one of his presentation was he looked at baseball pitching and overuse injury. Now we can collect data, and this data can then enable players, parents, coaches, leagues, and clinicians to monitor biomechanics during competition. The keyword here is during competition, not during training. So typically in old school biomechanics, not say old school biomechanics, traditional biomechanics, we cannot monitor during competition. It's always off competition or after competition or after season, then you can, because you have to come to the lab. But now you can wear something, you play a competition, and then we can understand what is actually happening. Now, isn't that the ideal situation? Understanding what is happening to the person when they actually perform the skill during competition. And that's principles of specificity. What's happening there is actually doing there, right? So if you were to able to do that, then it allows a lot of foreplay in terms of how we can analyze data. And one of the things that we did, my colleague did was Dr. Kudo. He put sensors on the hand of a swimmer, and when they do that, the amount of force that he generates by doing the pull in the swimming pool, you can then look at the swimming pattern. So people tend to swim in a certain way, but because of these sensors, you are able to change the way a person changes, in the way a person changes. So this actually allows a lot of coaches and policies to be made with respect to FINA. Wearable technology is also looking at gait, balance. We can look at analysis. We can look at balance. We can also look at range motion. The whole idea is actually to bring all this that you see on the slide to the field. You have rhythms, you have pace, you have variability, you have posture control. You can look all of this in the field. How do we do that? We use something known as inertial technology. So IMU is now the way to go. They put certain sensors on at every part of the body. You can see the knees, the hip, the joint. And when the person moves, there is this three-dimensional space in the computer that you can see moving. So if I am a person who is performing a certain skill during competition, I can now see in real time what is happening to me in terms of kinematic data. So he has progressed from optical cameras to inertial technology. And another thing that we look at biomechanics and wearable technology is that we look at the EMG, muscle activation. Typically, we don't do this in a competition center. We look at the lab setting. So this wireless technology allows us to look at muscle activation. Muscle activation is to look at how much neurons are actually firing for muscular contraction, and this actually allows for rehabilitation. So most of the time, people who are rehabilitating will use this to look at whether they have come back to pre-injury state. Identification of muscular patterns. You can also come up with reports and key parameters of each of the movement based on what they use in that research modality. Now, the main bulk of wearable technology and biomechanics is actually for rehabilitation, right? So if you were to look at current studies done by Kim and Joe, they did this wearable technology in biomechanics where they use camera to look at image processing. They use for kinematics data, and then they look at sensors of the hand or hand exoskeleton. So this is actually biomechanics at play, whereby someone who is actually muscle generation or people who have full muscle control, they come to play with a certain scale. So where is this coming from? It's actually coming from the old tradition of gamification, right? Gamification, whereby how much you press using your mouse will allow you to control your mouse. People who are old, people who have muscle diseases, right? They are not able to press a certain pressure with regards to how they are supposed to do if they are not injured. So by using these sensors on the devices, on the hand controller, for example, they can come up with they can then track their own ability to perform a certain skill. So biomechanics can now transfer from typical wearable technology to exoskeleton. Arm, can be hand, can be data glove, can be motion tracking IMU, just now we've talked about it. And can become a controller whereby there is a force sensing. So force, how much you press, how much you move allows the biomechanics to understand your point in time with regards to neuro rehabilitation. And this has been done, and this has been done to date, till today, 2020, in fact. And this stems towards the other types of technology which I'm about to share, which is actually adaptive technology. So adaptive technology is a technology whereby we can help someone who's injured or someone who is not normal, Paralympics, for example, to assist them in their performance. It refers to something that is specifically designed to people with disabilities, for example. You can see there's exoskeleton, you can see that things that are there that allows a person to move. Now, you can say that it's actually from an engineering standpoint. Yes, I agree with you, it's from an engineering standpoint. But there is actually a human factor here. Now, human factor is actually where we are, biomechanics. We understand the movement, the gait of a person. When a person is walking non-injured versus the person who's walking when the person is injured. So these are the two areas that is actually fast growing in the world of biomechanics. And one of the examples which I can give you is in sports, it's actually the wheelchair. So wheelchair is no more traditional wheelchair for sports, right? You can see that the wheelchair is now different from a normal wheelchair if you to watch the Olympics. So how is it different? Is because one of the things that we need for wheelchairs is to propel the wheelchair actually quickly forward. And to do that, we do fundamental biomechanics. We look at the elbow, we look at the movements, we look at the application of torque. And based on the optimization of application of torque, we can then identify, or at this point in time, is when the amount of torque generates the greatest change in momentum. Change in momentum means I can move my wheelchair forward. And in 2010, Cho and Levy came up with this deterministic model. And this deterministic model has been the principle behind every adaptive technology in biomechanics. Another one is prosthetic. The prosthetic I'm sharing with you is just running and long jump, but prosthetic can also be swimming. There are many applications of prosthetic in biomechanics, and the one in running gait is actually to look at the optimal position of the prosthetic design upon which the vertical ground reaction force can propel the runner forward. There are multiple designs in terms of prosthetics, right? You can have simple designs, you can have common fiber design, but if the designs do not elicit the optimal reaction forces, then therefore the prosthetic is useless. So in long jump, again, they have done substantial work. Funken and colleagues have done substantial work looking at the prosthetics and measuring the optimal angle for upward propulsion, and it has helped a lot of athletes. In particular Paralympics to enhance their performance. Now, adaptive technology again is about that. It's about helping the disabilities to perform optimally as best as they can. Cycling, handheld cycling, again, the crank and the hand grip must be in optimal position. Fourpin has done substantial in 2020, in 2011, sorry, and Turpin and Cycling have come up with the design of the cycling crank. So this has helped a lot of Paralympics to come up with to develop their cycling modalities so that it can become optimal in their performance. Now, the whole idea of this adaptive technology is actually to understand what is actually happening to a person who is actually not injured, right? So I have friends in the Rehabilitative Research Institute in Singapore. They are actually doing very good work in terms of putting the gait parameters to a exoskeleton that allows a person to walk. People who are scoliosis, people who are degenerative diseases, they are not able to walk properly. So by putting the gait pattern, the gait kinematics into the programming software, the exoskeleton and therefore walk as per normal. When the exoskeleton walks as per normal, then the person who is degenerative or have or have those kind of injury, they are then forced to follow exoskeleton work, and that itself is in line with rehabilitation. Now the robots, the system that is there today, the technology that is there today allows this to be in place. Long time ago, cannot. Long time ago, biomechanics do not even venture into this area. But today we can. So the robotics is actually about engineering. The biomechanics part is about applied research, understanding human motion, understanding gait, understanding the pattern that is required. For example, non-linear couple motion, what is it happening when a person walks normally, coming upstairs, coming down the stairs. And when you put everything together, it actually comes up with a good framework for research and for application of adaptive technology and biomechanics. And this is one of the ways that we do. In 2016, Nizamis did this, and they come up with the exoskeleton. Can you see the exoskeleton? So first they look at zero gravity. So this is actually something that is weightless, right? We have a system in RP that looks at weightless running. People who are injured then can run at 20% or 40% less their body weight. And by looking at that, then with the kinematics data, they can then come up with some algorithm. And when they look at this integrated solution, the whole idea is actually to help someone who is actually injured or requires technology for rehabilitation. And that's where we come in. And that's where the technology for biomechanics comes in. Now, the final part of my talk is actually about this ML and biomechanics. It's a little bit daunting to talk about this, but I'm trying to make it as easy as possible. In 2006, Roger Bartlett came to a conference and said, hey, can we now in sports biomechanics use artificial intelligence or machine learning? Is this an age of new dawn, or is this just false hope? So one of the things that we need for machine learning and artificial intelligence is actually we need lots of data. We need massive data for learning to take place. We cannot have one data or one set of data 20,000. No, we need thousands and thousands of data. And if you were to have these thousands and thousands of data, then where can we get it? So because we have advanced to automated market training, so no more the traditional type where you have to come to the lab. You now have variables. You can come to the field. You can gather data. Can we use this data then for machine learning? So the answer is actually yes. And it is actually not far off. Or it is not sci-fi. It's not Star Trek. It's actually real. And it's actually a viable source of approach in biomechanics and technology. The entire framework for this machine learning is actually looking at kinematic data. So, for example, if you want to look at ground reaction force, I have to go to the lab, right? I have to go to the lab, and I have to step on the force plate to go to the lab. Now, I don't have to look at the force plate anymore. All I need to look is, I need to look at some kinematic data. For example, shoulder rotation, elbow, knee flexion extension, ankle flexion extension, ankle rotation. Based on this kinematic data, then I can now do some form of prediction. Right? So this model selection and training is that prediction whereby they look at the training data, they train the data again and again, and they do elimination processes, step up, step down, and then they look at the parameter data, the learning data, the data that leads to the performance or the performance outcome. And based on that data, then we can predict. So for example, if the knee is as such, I can predict that the ground reaction force will be as such. And then it was what happened, that was what did by Halilaj in 2018. They did that using this framework. And again, Jackie Alderson and colleagues in UWA and Griffith University did the same thing. And this data they collected was actually from 2015, 15-year period of kinematic data. And they did a mathematical algorithm using MATLAB, looking at PLS method. PLS method is actually a multilinear regression method technique where they do repeatability again and again, and they come up with a certain fitting, right? Certain fitting. And when that fitting happens, they are now able to look at correlation coefficients of kinematic with ground reaction force and kinematics data with ground reaction movement. And they found a high correlation, 0.98 and 0.91. That's actually good enough to predict that kind of data, right? Now, the problem with this data is actually it requires you to have a certain knowledge of programming, mathematical programming. Now, I am not a mathematical programmer. Most of us do not do this mathematical programmer. Traditional biomechanics don't do this. I do a little bit of programming. I do a little bit of Python. I do a little bit of R. But but most of the time I use technology to tune out the data. And do not fret if Indonesian colleagues want to go into AI learning and machine learning for biomechanics. Actually, there are avenues whereby you can do using plug and play, and that's what we did in RP in 2020. We do a plug and play. So this plug and play, we use this plug and play software whereby we estimated GRF, vertical correction force, using the kinematic data. And the kinematic data that we use is actually the displacement data of the pelvis and the lower limb. And because of that, we're able to predict the ground reaction force using this plug and play. So what I did was I turned in the data and I just used multiple platforms in machine learning. You have linear regression, KNN filter, I have SVM, I have random forests. These are the multiple platforms that allows you to machine learn the variables that you want to predict. Now, this linear regression is actually based on the principle that I shared with you just now in 2018, Halilaj. The same principle that is done, but I am now using a plug and play modality. And when I do a plug and play modality, you can see that my R value is 0.99, 0.99, 0.93. I can even have 1 here. So that says that I don't have to have programming. I don't have to have high-end programming abilities to do this machine learning and AI. All I need to have is multiple data, lots and lots of data. All I need is to have this software for me to play with prediction, and these predictors will allow me to understand what the GRF forces are now. So this app is actually available to download in your handphone or in your laptop. It's known as Orange. If you want to know, Orange Machine Learning, ORANGE. So it's free. Everybody can use it. Coaches can do it. People in the ground can do it. If they want to predict the amount of force that the athlete is performing in the field without even going to the lab. So there are ways that can be done easier. So instead of coding algorithm, plug and play is available, and I'm sure it can be beneficial to everybody. So technology has now shifted, right, from traditional to machine learning to artificial intelligence. But one of the worries with this is actually this. Most of us are actually hooked on the handphone. We are hooked on the handphone, we are hooked on the tablet, but the machine is actually learning. So we must ensure that we are not like this. Even though the machines are learning, we need to be at the receiving end to decipher, to articulate what is actually the predicted data is, and how it's applicable to the coaches, to the PE teachers, how we can translate the data and bridge the gap to the end users. That's most important. Okay, so we believe that cross-training in biomechanics in data science is actually a cultural shift towards sharing of data, and these tools are actually essential to maximize the impact of biomechanical research. So we have shifted all the way to AI and machine learning in biomechanics. So let's sum everything up. Thanks to the advancements of technology, biomechanics has evolved from a qualitative to highly descriptive quantitative methods of approach. It allows us to quantify data more ways than we used to, or more ways imagined that we can do. This data actually allows us to integrate solutions and applicable and its application. The application is wide, and it really has no limits. It's based on the advancements of technology that is available today. This is some of my labs that I play around with, and some of my toys. This is the lab that we went, and thank you very much for listening to my long-winded speech.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your fruitful presentation, Dr. Ian. I would like to ask permission to read the short summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia, a very short one, to assist the audience in understanding the materials before the Q&A session. I hope you don't mind with the arrangement. Okay. Bapak Ibu sekalian, dalam presentasinya Dr. Ian Haris menyampaikan tentang biomekanika olahraga dan fungsinya dalam olahraga, tren teknologi untuk penelitian dan aplikasi dalam biomekanika dan solusi teknologi terpadu, serta biomekanika yang meliputi teknologi yang dapat dipakai, teknologi adaptif, serta kecerdasan buatan dan machine learning. Beliau menyebutkan bahwa penting untuk memahami konsep dasar mekanika dan bagaimana penerapannya pada gerakan manusia agar dapat melatih secara efektif sehingga meningkatkan kinerja, mencakup kepentingan untuk teknik membaca gerakan yang baik, memahami efek latihan, mencocokkan karakteristik atlet dengan olahraga, menilai keefektifan peralatan olahraga, pencegahan cedera, serta menjelaskan sebab dan akibat di antara hubungan keduanya. Beliau menyatakan bahwa teknologi memegang peranan penting di olahraga, mempertimbangkan alasan bahwa teknologi telah digunakan untuk penelitian dan aplikasi dalam biomekanik. Jenis teknologi yang digunakan tergantung pada modalitas penelitian, pengukuran dan analisis data ditingkatkan dengan menggunakan teknologi, serta fakta bahwa teknologi menyediakan lebih banyak umpan balik yang komprehensif untuk implikasi pembinaan. Pada bagian penutup, beliau menyampaikan bahwa berkat kemajuan teknologi, biomekanika telah berkembang dari model penelitian kualitatif atau deskriptif menjadi model penelitian yang sangat kuantitatif. Perkembangan kependekatan dan analisis yang lebih kuantitatif ini telah menghasilkan banyak cara untuk meningkatkan kemampuan mengukur dan mengevaluasi gerakan. Teknik pengumpulan dan analisis data telah menghasilkan karakterisasi pola gerakan yang lebih rinci. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. So probably I'm going to stop share your slide. Wait. Okay. So we come to the question and answer session. For the first term, I would like to call 3 audiences to post their question. And please don't forget to state your name and institution. And we have on the chat box for the first question, this is coming from Pak Bambang Abdul Jabbar. Would you like to mention your institution, Pak Bambang? So the question is, are you familiar with Malay language, Dr. Ian?
Yes, I can. I cannot speak as well as you also. bisa faham.
Yeah, okay. So you can understand about the question. Mohon izin bertanya, adakah kesamaan, or should I translate that into English?
Let me read the question first.
Okay. So actually, are there similarities or differences between assistive and adaptive technology in sport performance? And in terms of disabled people, so probably can be directed to normal life or quality of life in both of them. So that was the question. But then probably you need to answer that in English because some of the audience cannot speak Bahasa.
Okay. So assistive technology and adaptive technology are actually together. Adaptive technology is a subset of assistive technology. The word assistive means to assist somebody. The word adaptive means to adapt the technology for a certain application. And in sports, that is actually important because without allowing that adaptive technology for a certain application, many will be at loss. For example, people who are disabled, they are not able to perform as well as people who are able. And the whole notion of this disabled technology or adaptive technology is actually to help them to function normally in life. I hope that answers the question. The second question is, can we direct that to a normal life or a normal quality of life? The answer is yes, we can. We can help people who are, for example, adaptive technology, we have this exoskeleton. Exoskeleton is worn not only for people who are disabled, but people who like firefighters, pegawai bomber. When they carry heavy stuff, they carry equipment. When they have exoskeleton on them, that allows the firefighters to minimize effort to carry heavy equipment. So it's actually applicable to normal way of life as well as quality of life. Even in Japan, people in Japan are actually using exoskeleton, just for your sharing. And the farmers, when they do their farming, they wear a certain suit that is mimicking an exoskeleton. Now that suit actually minimizes the amount of stress that the body is actually experiencing, and that helps the older farmers to actually perform better or perform as well as the younger ones.
Okay, so hopefully that is answering your question, Pak Bambang Abdul Jabbar. I saw someone is raising his hand, but then now it's missing. So probably I'm going to invite another question coming from the participant. We have now 207. So minus 3 with Pak Amung, it means 204. So is there any question coming from the floor? Please kindly raise your hand. and probably we can
bisa
help you.
tanya soalan
Bisa dalam bahasa Indonesia tu.
pelan-pelan ya.
Okay, tu. Okay, Mesa Rahmi Stephanie. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Rita, for this occasion. And hello, Mr. Ian Harris.
Hello.
Very great presentation regarding the technology in sport. My question is, what your suggestion in the technology application in physical education classes? Consider that in the physical education still have difficulties to measure students' movement in classes, whether it's in online or offline classes. And I think the technology is still pricey. And what's your consider regarding the technology application in the physical education? Thank you so much.
I think that is a very good question. We had that problem here in Singapore as well. One of the things that was the issue was how do we measure our kids when they do their movement patterns, right? Certainly we cannot get all the kids to come to the lab. So one of the things that we have come up with actually an application whereby we are now able to watch the kid using the video and record. All of us actually have a handphone. The handphone is actually something which is very, 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 very good and allows us to record, allows us to play back, allows us to pause, allows us to stop, allows us to move to the certain time sequence that we want to observe the kids. And that is very, very critical. Inshallah, we will be working with eStory. I don't know whether you know eStory. Coming up with an application whereby people, whereby teachers can quantify movement patterns based on TGMD2. Hopefully we can do that for Talent Identification Indonesia. This I think is headed by Professor Sharia. So he has that vision of putting technology towards all the PE teachers whereby they can use technology. So handphone is there and it's coming. I'm not certain about the IoT technology in Indonesia. For us, we are now at 5G in Singapore. So with 5G, we are at an infrastructure whereby everything can be done online. Everything can be done using the phone. So hopefully with the infrastructure at place in Indonesia, that is actually the first thing that Indonesia needs to do, to put up a 5G infrastructure for everybody. I know all Indonesians are now tech savvy. They have handphones, they have media platforms, they have iPads. Also, those are the things that you can do as a PE teacher.
Okay. But I think your suggestion is using video to measure and observe the students. But it's still very wide students that have the teacher have to observe, and I don't know what the more effective way to observe the students, maybe using IoT or another technology, except the video observing that can catch the motion from the students in online classes, and how to measure it to the quantity. You have mentioned that the technology before from the qualitative research to quantitative research, and I think that it's very important to teachers, of course, how to measure from the video to have the measurement and of course evaluation to help teachers more effective observing the students.
So your question actually has two prongs. One is effective measurements. The other one is application of technology.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no other way that I can share with you how we can quantify using technology apart from handphone. It's because one of the things is because we have a very huge class, right? For example, in secondary school, one class is about 30 students. So obviously you cannot measure and quantify all 30 students at the same time. It's practically impossible. So the way we go about this in Singapore is we look at the pedagogy approach. We understand that technology is there, but we look at the pedagogy approach. So this pedagogy approach is actually using non-linear. I know when we teach a certain skill of our students, we expect them to do a certain way, right? Any other way is wrong. Lain semua salah, satu aja cara yang betul. Betul? Jikalau penonton itu tidak bisa melakukannya yang betul, ia makna ia salah. But non-linear pedagogy, mengikut non-linear pedagogy, salah itu tidak semestinya salah. Cara mereka belajar movement tersebut melalui exploration, right? Exploration. So in that way, what you can do is when you assess the learnings, actually you assess at the end, not at the start. Let them explore. Let them explore movement, right or wrong. They explore. When they see their friends doing it, they will follow certainly. If they do it wrongly, they say, "Hey, how come my friend is doing wrongly? Kenapa dia salah? Kenapa saya betul?" So if you are able to assess at the end, as long as everybody reaches the same line at the end, then you know that the movement skill has been acquired. I hope that answers the question.
Okay.
But really,
I can catch your explanation that pedagogical approach is more effective way in physical education measurement. That I think that's the movement process and movement learning is the way of reflective teaching, and of course the improvement. I think it's very so you have explanation, obviously. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. Okay, thank you for your question, Ms. Mesa. We still have 2 questions, and we had 9 minutes left. Okay, so I'm going to translate the question coming from the operator because I didn't notice the name. So the name is operator. So the question is, what is your opinion for professional football players coming from countries that in fact come from countries like technology, such as in Africa, but these countries contribute a lot of great players? Do you have any comment on that?
Technology is not the answer to everything.
Okay.
Teknologi bukan answer untuk semua ya, teknologi. Teknologi terhad, limited technology. Some countries do not need technology, but they have a factory. Factory means they have the numbers to come through the ranking. Singapore, our population is only 5 million, 6 million. Indonesia, you have what? How many million? 20 million, 30 million. So the players that are coming through the system, we do not have the luxury of doing that. We do not have the luxury of waiting for the right players to come to be a football player. So what we did in Singapore was actually we did a talent identification program. The talent identification program is heavily infused with technology, right? So we need to ensure that our approach to technology. But if I have 10 million, 20 million, 30 million population in Singapore, I do not need that technology. I will just go there and get them through the system. And that's what the African countries are doing. But if you were to look at the African countries today, even though they are of lacking of technology, they're actually using technology to a certain extent. South Africa, for example, they have a very profound sports science technology accreditation program in soccer. Egypt, for example, Dubai, and these are African countries that's coming up with all this. Even Asian countries such as India, they're coming with technology for their athletes.
Okay, so thank you for that. So we still have 7 minutes and one last question coming from Mr. Rizky Kurniawan. So hi, Prof, how are you doing? I'm Rizky from Bandung. Professor, if biomechanics can use to prevent injuries, how effective it will help recovery process during the injuries treatment?
Okay, so biomechanics actually cannot prevent injuries. No sports science can prevent injury. What it can do is it can minimize the onset of injuries. Okay, so minimizing the onset of injuries is actually understanding, for example, how strong a person is before a person is put onto the field. Right? So we do biomechanical testing on the hamstring, on the quadriceps. If the player is of a certain level, then we know that he or she is ready for competition. If a person is injured, we can also put the person into the same type of testing. So if a person is not injured, for example, pre-injury, his strength is about 100 Newton, right? His quantification strength is about 100 Newton. But after injury, surely he cannot be 100 Newton, right? So it goes back to maybe about 10. I'm just giving a rough figure. And along the way, they do some rehabilitation modalities and come back to the testing, and biomechanics will then tell you, oh, he has improved by 10%, 20%. Every time he tests, he has improved by a certain percentage. Then we know that the athlete is actually coming back to pre-injury state. And that's how we can help them recover, getting the coaches to know that they are actually on a correct recovery approach, recovery modality in that sense.
Okay, so we have two questions. One is coming from Pak Agus, so probably you can answer that through the chat box. But then I'm going to read the last question coming from Professor Amung. He has question, how is the comparison of someone who has a wealth of fundamental basic movement or rich in movement literacy and vice versa, the implication for sport training by utilizing the science of sport biomechanics? Do you have any opinion with that? So what is the comparison?
Let me see. What am I comparing? Someone who has a wealth
of fundamental basic movement,
or is rich in movement literacy and vice versa.
So what is the implication? Yes.
Okay. Movement literacy does not mean that, okay, movement literacy is not limited to just fundamental basic movement. Movement literacy, someone who is rich in movement literacy will have a wealth of fundamental basic movement. But someone who is rich in movement literacy have more than basic fundamental movement. Meaning they understand the movement and they understand the consequences of that movement. Right? They understand the consequences and they understand what is right and what is wrong, and they understand what needs to be done to make that movement correct. Let me give you an analogy. Someone who has fundamental movements in terms of locomotion, for example, locomotion, and that locomotion can be in one dimension, meaning I can only see one type of locomotion. But when we apply to sports, the coaches or someone who is rich in movement literacy knows that locomotion can be applied into multiple sports. And when they is applied into multiple sports, they can understand now what is that application will be when they are subjected to a certain standard of training. So utilizing sports biomechanics is actually one of the ways whereby we can do this. And surely everybody needs to understand the basic movement. And that's where we use TGMD2, we use TGMD3, we use many other modalities that is there. We also understand based on the kinematics data that is there. Novice versus someone who is trained. But by looking at just the movement pattern itself, but not looking at the variability of that movement pattern, it's actually critical. Professor Amung did the study on variability in terms of golf club head. That is actually important, looking at the club head variability. But there's another component to it. He also needs to look at the movement pattern of the golfer. A novice golfer, when they use real club, their movement pattern will be the same regardless of what club they use. But if you have an experienced golfer using different clubs, the way they change their approach to hitting the chip is actually different, and that's where you can see the variability. And that's where that movement literacy comes into play. So you actually need to combine that movement literacy and fundamental basic. There's no comparison between the two. It's actually the same, but one looks more than just FMS.
Okay, so one last question coming from Pak Agus. You can read that in the chat box. So hopefully you don't mind to answer the question in the chat box. Dr. Ian, okay. It was really nice to see you and meet you and this insightful discussion between you and the audience. Thank you so much for giving me new insight on the biomechanics and sport science. Thank you so much for your presence. Okay, so we'll see you again sometimes, hopefully. Take care. Stay safe and take care. Inshallah. Assalamualaikum. Thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to continue to our second session. Now we are having, so this is our pleasure to have Professor Richard Giulianotti, coming from Loughborough University, UK, here with us. Professor Richard, could you hear my voice?
I can hear you perfectly, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. So good morning to you.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning, because now in Indonesia, it's 4 p.m. And what time is in your time?
It's 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Okay, so the committee, could you please give the audience? Okay, so probably I can now. Okay, so everyone now can see your face. Thank you so much for being here, Professor. But before we continue to your presentation, please let me read your curriculum vitae. Is that okay with you?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, so my name is Rita. I'm going to be your moderator for today. You are going to have 60 minutes of presentation and then followed by 30 minutes of question and answer session, Professor. So ladies and gentlemen, Professor Richard is a professor of sociology, School of Sport, Exercise and Health Science, Loughborough University, Loughborough, UK, graduated from University of Aberdeen, majoring in sociology and social research methods. He has held various editorial roles to include Joint Editor-in-Chief, Frontiers in Sport and Active Living, editorial board member of European Journal for Sport and Society, International Journal for Sport Policy and Politics, International Review for the Sociology of Sport, Journal of Global Sport Management, Journal of Sport and Social Issues, Soccer and Society, Social Inclusion, Sport in Society, founder and co-editor book series, Sport Development Knowledge from 2017 up till now, and international board member, Sport Body Society book series, Franco Angeli. Without further ado, Professor Richard, the time is yours.
Thank you. Does the audience have access to my slides?
Well, actually, we are going to give them if you are okay with that. So we can transfer your slides to the audience. Could you share your screen?
Okay.
Because we already give you the access to do it.
Right. Okay. Share screen. Yep. I can do that. Okay. You should be able to see my slides.
Yes. Perfect.
Perfect. Thanks. Okay. Good morning and almost good evening, everyone. Delighted to be here, and thank you so much to Professor Amung Mamoon for the very kind invitation for me to give a keynote to this conference. Very excited to be communicating with so many scholars and students and interested members of the audience, especially in Southeast Asia. So I was asked to give a talk on the link of sport and global development, and I've stayed true to that request. So I've gone with that as the focus and the title of the presentation. Just move to the presentation mode. Okay, yeah. So what's coming up here then would be it's kind of in four main parts. I'll introduce you to the field of SDP, Sport for Development and Peace, followed by a short discussion of SDP and the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN's SDGs. Then I'll probe the idea of the process of development, thinking about some of the positives and negatives as they've been highlighted by academics and policymakers and critical commentators. And then I'll set out some possible approaches that we might take to development as we look to enhance the Sport for Development and Peace sector, the work that it does. And then I'll finish off by exploring several development challenges which the SDP sector faces and has in some cases has faced for quite a while. So that's what's coming up in the discussion, and I'll look forward to the questions afterwards from the audience. Okay, then just to introduce SDP. you'll find the different phrases that are used to capture or to explain the same phenomenon. Sometimes it's referred to as sport for development, or SFD. Often it's also referred to as sport for development peace, or SDP. I've tended to go for SDP because I suppose it's been a little bit more established as a phrase, and also it's a little bit more widely known and used, for example, in intergovernmental circles, such as with the Commonwealth Secretariat, or with the United Nations. I mean, the United Nations used to have its own Office of SDP, UNOSDP. SFD is a little bit more widely used in, for example, North America. So that said, you know, these two fields, or these two keywords rather, refer really pretty much to the same thing, and that is to the sector in which sport is used to promote a wide range of social benefits. That is, the key focus is on non-sporting social benefits. And there's a whole range of these relating to, for example, peace building, as you can see in the example on the right here with that image. Also using sport to promote health education, to promote crime reduction in certain areas, to enhance gender empowerment and equality, the social inclusion of people with disabilities, all sorts of areas. And I suppose more recently, other areas might be education around the environment. I'll explain the importance that the UN attaches to the environment, for example. And it's obviously very topical over the next couple of weeks with the COP conference taking place in Glasgow. So sport, SDP encapsulates the field where sport is used to promote a wide range of social benefits. And this is, I think, the main global space where sport really connects to global development, where we can see sport as, or sports activities or sport-related activities as almost like a subset of the global development field. The SDP sector usually involves non-governmental organizations, NGOs, running sport intervention programs with young people. You can also have some sports clubs, for example, or sports associations that implement these programs, but usually it's NGOs that implement them with support, you know, for example, donations or resource support, maybe volunteers or facilities, equipment from other types of organization. It could be larger NGOs that help to fund these activities. It could be sports clubs, it can be corporations, it could be local businesses, it could be local authorities, for example, as well, through schools and administrative departments of education and so forth. So yes, there's a wide variety of partners often involved in these programs, but it's often the NGOs that implement them. So some key aspects of the SDP field. Most SDP is in low and middle income countries. That's been the main kind of focus, and given its the concern is with global development using sport to enhance transnational development, then that makes sense. But that said, a lot of SDP is also undertaken in high income nations. This is tended to also be referred to as sports-based interventions, and this goes back a long time, really, in the global north, with even sort of sports clubs and youth clubs being implemented through the 20th century to try and ensure that young people have got activities that might, in terms of the theory at the time, in order to ensure that they're diverted away from potentially even deviant or criminal activity, but activities that are seen as putting on activities through sport that are seen as productive and it seems a good use of their time. Most SDPs focused on youth. there are variations, of course, international in terms of how we define youth. In some countries, it goes up to 30 plus, and in some contexts, of course, as well, young people can live in a state of kind of suspended adulthood, as it were, where they're not really in a position, maybe through lack of employment, for example, in order to take on the responsibilities and roles of adults. So there are kind of variations. It's quite contextual in terms of how we understand what youth is. Over the last couple of decades, there's been a huge growth in the SDP sector. So there are now many hundreds of SDP organizations or stakeholders, and many hundreds of programs, SDP programs across the world, operating at local, national or international level. I'm sure there are many hundreds of SDP programs or activities that we that just fly below the radar, that we don't really hear about, but take place at community level. So with SDP, sport is seen as an excellent tool or hook for engaging young people in order to enhance their personal and social development. So sport and physical activities are seen as a way of attractive ways of reaching and engaging young people in order to then promote these development goals and activities. Also, I would say that it's important to highlight the SDP sector doesn't focus solely on modern, formal, established sports, although obviously they are extremely popular, widely used. Football being probably the best example. But the sector does feature quite a wide range of other physical activities. Maybe sort of parkour, action sports, capoeira, that kind of Brazilian dance or physical culture, hiking, dance, all sorts of wide range of physical activities are often used on SDP programs. And also, I would say that there's a major focus on education on these programs as well. Whatever the goal of the program might be around, say, crime reduction or on health or on disability and enhancing the position of people with disabilities, gender empowerment and so on, a really strong dimension that you tend to find in these programs is something is around education. So those are the key aspects of SDP that I would highlight. Now, the UN has been really quite active in this space for quite a long time. For example, in 2005, the UN established the 6th of April as the UN established that year as the International Year of Sport and Physical Education. And a strong focus in that year was on sport and peace building, for example. And then subsequently, the UN established the 6th of April as the sort of International Day of Sport for Development and Peace. We also had, for several years, the UN's Office of Sport for Development and Peace as well, the UN OSDP. That closed about 3-4 years ago. But the other SDP activities are being undertaken by different branches of the UN. And UNESCO, for example, we very much flagged UNESCO's work. UNESCO are launching a Fit for Life program or campaign, which will run for the next 10 years. And they're launching that on the 15th of November, so in about 15 days' time. So look out for that. So that's it's a strong contribution there from the UN in terms of the in this kind of SDP space. So sport and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. There is this connection in the agenda that was set out for the UN Sustainable Development Goals by the UN. Article 37 makes this quite strong statement here regarding the role of sport in terms of being an important enabler of sustainable development. The UN states here that they recognise the growing contribution of sport to the realisation of development and peace in its promotion of tolerance and respect, and the contributions it makes to the empowerment of women and of young people, individuals and communities, as well as to health, education and social inclusion objectives. So that's quite a standout statement by the UN on the social role of sport within the UN's development agenda up until 2030. So that's highlighted quite a lot by policymakers, different stakeholders, and also academics when exploring or discussing the role of the UN with respect to SDP. So in many ways, that could be seen as a step forward for the SDP sector to get that kind of recognition by the UN. And of course, we have the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and SDP organizations constantly refer to these SDGs. So much SDP work has got a focus on contributing towards these SDGs. If SDP NGOs, for example, are setting out their objectives in terms of future programs, then they will often make reference to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or at least, well, certainly some of these. I think what's noticeable here, I'll maybe point out one or two things here that are especially relevant for the SDP sector. One is that if you look at these 17 goals, quite a few of them have got a focus on the environment. You know, for example, around 6 on clean water and sanitation, 7 renewable energy. You've also got sustainable cities and communities, 11, responsible consumption at 12. And then you've got a few at the bottom here: climate action, life below water, life on land. So there's quite a few of them have got direct, clear environmental significance and implications. And so that, in theory at least, should be encouraging SDP organizations to focus maybe a bit more of their work on the environment. Maybe the second thing I would highlight here would be that sometimes we kind of forget about number 17. We focus on the individual specific substantive areas or targets, such as around, say, good health, number 3, quality education, number 4, gender equality, number 5. But number 17 is crucial because it flags the importance of partnerships of different interested parties and committed parties, you know, coming together to collaborate in order to try and work towards securing these goals. So that kind of strategic aspect around partnerships needs to be highlighted as well. So, but you'll see these SDGs quite a lot if you check out some of the SDP organizations' websites and NGO websites and so forth. So that brings me to issues regarding development, you know, understanding development, kind of making sense of it. Now, you know, academics can make a wide range of points on development, maybe on the pros and cons, the strengths and weaknesses of development. I suppose first of all, we would see this as a long-term process that's you know, occurred over several hundred years. But in terms of the positives, you know, we could highlight the demographic changes that have resulted in terms of the development of you know, the establishment of kind of modern societies. So there's, you know, been a noticeable rise in life expectancy, and the chart on the right here highlights how different continents, the life expectancies of people over several hundred years have increased significantly, very significantly, over that period across different continents. So there's been a rise in life expectancy, there's been a reduction in child mortality, reduction in absolute poverty levels, education, science, technology have all improved the quality of life, and there have, in many cases, not exclusively though, there have been enhancements in social and political relations in different societies as well. And so some economists, such as Angus Dayton, the Princeton economist, have highlighted this as the kind of long-term development process as the Great Escape. A great escape from deprivation and early death, which was the condition of so many societies in the Middle Ages and before that. So those are the kind of clear positives we might flag. The negatives, well, social scientists especially would highlight quite a few here as well, where development has been seen as perhaps a disempowering process, one that's beyond the control of the people that it affects, and has had negative impacts on their lives and circumstances. Some obvious examples would be the association of global development, the spread of global development, its association with colonialism and oppression, the invasion and subjugation of different peoples by colonial powers, including the British, of course, and also the destruction of previous ways of life, as well as the quite often the annihilation of the indigenous populations. So that is a clear aspect of driver or component of development that we need to highlight, especially if we're looking at this in the long-term historical context. Now, also, we would flag the continuation, in some ways, the exacerbation of inequalities within nations and also between nations. So, in some ways, this is intensified over the last 2 or 3 decades. We've seen as I mentioned here, also mentioned earlier, the destruction of previous ways of life, the destruction of cultural traditions, and maybe also an excessive emphasis on economic development. Concern to measure and to understand development in economic terms. So, for example, in terms of growth in GDP. And several economists, many economists actually now, would highlight the need to focus on a wider set of indicators of development, not just economic ones, but those relating to social, political, also educational development, a wide range of other factors that we would need to take into account in order to understand how a society is developing. So this perhaps leads us towards looking for a more kind of holistic or wider ranging set of factors or criteria to take into account when making sense of development. And maybe we'd be arguing for an understanding of development that emphasizes social, cultural, democratic, and inclusive processes, social processes within societies that are undergoing different forms of development. So I'll unpack that a little bit now. So as I say, there are these alternative approaches to understanding development. One is quite a prominent or famous one now that's been around for a couple of decades or so, the capabilities approach, advanced by people like Sen, Nussbaum and others, with a focus on enhancing the quality of life and freedoms that people have. So advancing, an understanding of development with a focus on how it enables people to have the freedom and the opportunity to have the lifestyle that they value. So this is I think an important sort of philosophical as well as maybe economics-based approach to development that we can start from. the capabilities approach. And actually, this is quite widely used in the SDP context. So Cern and Nussbaum and others' concept of capabilities approaches is certainly influential in SDP. It's also quite influential in the UN sector. So you find that some of the Cern and others are referenced in UN documents and discussions of development. And so we've moved beyond I think, this basic focus on GDP, and people like Cern have been crucial contributors towards that. Secondly, another approach that we could consider here would be what I might call a transformational approach, where we look at development across 4 areas. And this approach has been put forward by Viterna and Robertson in a really interesting article in the annual review of sociology that was published about 3 years ago. And it comes from a paper from a few years before that, around about 2013, by Pritchard, Woolcock and others, who kind of set out the need to focus on development across 4 areas. One would certainly be the economy. So you're looking at enhancing access to work is also, but also enhancing conditions for work, the rights of people in terms of employment as well. Secondly, in politics, so you're looking for the interests and the choices and wishes of citizens to be represented through politics. So this is a focus on democracy then, well-functioning democracy. Thirdly, at the societal level as well. So this would have a focus on the equal and fair recognition on different social groups, including minorities. So this would have a focus, for example, on equal rights for all social groups in the society. And fourthly, as well, in terms of public administration. So ensuring that the management of governance or of government or public administration is undertaken in an efficient, transparent and corruption-free way. And that's a concern for all types of society, whether it's in a high income or low and middle income country as well. So public administration, sometimes not usually referred to in terms of development, but highlighted here by Viterna and Robertson, and also previously to that, the paper by Pritchard. So interesting, I think important 4 dimensions of development here, not just economic, but political, social, and in terms of public administration. And I think a third approach or theme that we could go for here in terms of how we approach development would be to focus on local empowerment. And the focus here would be on promoting the capabilities and scope for communities to make choices for themselves to shape the development that they want. So it's promoting the capabilities of communities, I think especially the marginalized groups in those communities as well. So, maybe sometimes there would be there might be a tendency in some cases where, where a local community is going to be consulted. It's actually the most powerful groups in that community that they kind of dominate the consultation. So the one key concern here would be to make sure that even the most marginalized groups have got a strong voice in shaping the development agenda at the community level. So, for example, the kind of work that I've done on some projects has focused on making sure that young people who are involved in these SDP programs, trying to make sure that those young people have a voice in terms of putting forward what they want from development. So there are kind of events that take place with different stakeholders that bring different stakeholders together. A key platform is there for young people to engage with those stakeholders, such as government officials or NGO leaders and so forth. So it's promoting the capabilities and I think the voice of those marginalised groups that's really quite important. Also focusing on the equal rights and opportunities and respect for difference. So that theme would be important there, of respect for difference and a recognition of people, with different characteristics, full recognition of them. Engaging local communities in development programs, so that would be important. So consulting those, local community members, maybe for example, when the NGO just kind of goes into that location or starts to develop ideas about what the next program might be in a community, then at that point, at that earliest point, the local community are engaged in discussions, planning, and just hearing the local voice in terms of what's considered to be needed in the community. Also important that development is not imposed on local communities. One hears of, I think maybe more commonly in the past, one hears of stories where or situations where NGOs may have gone in the past and said, right, well, this model, this development approach worked in this part of Africa, so therefore we're just going to impose it in this part of Southeast Asia because, well, we think we've got a successful model, without really thinking through the complexities of the local context and the need to at least adapt the development work to the local context. So that's a crucial point, I think, at the end, that development work needs to be adapted to the local context. So in a way, to use a phrase, we need to localize development work. Development is a global process, but what goes on needs to be very much adapted and shaped by the local context. You need, a set of development in one location will be very different to another location. So that's the importance of local empowerment as well that we need to take into account in regard to development. Okay, so, well, what does this mean for sport and SDP? Well, 2 or 3 thoughts here then initially. One, certainly is that we need to enable SDP programs and SDP stakeholders to promote to have at the center of their work the concern to enhance the capabilities of the people, of the user groups, of the participant groups, of the local communities. And secondly, I think SDP programs need to think about, or SDP agencies need to think about ways in which their programs may enhance the transformation of their host communities across those 4 areas, maybe in terms of economy, but certainly also in terms of the polity, in terms of the society, for example, in terms of equal rights, and also in terms of public administration. Other ways in which the NGO or the SDP program can have a bit of an impact there, or make a statement there. And then thirdly, thinking about the empowerment of local communities, that really ties up, of course, closely with the capabilities approach. So ensuring that local communities are empowered within and through the programs. So that might be, for example, ensuring that the local communities, especially maybe the most marginalized groups in those communities, that they are consulted and engaged with and part of the decision making in programs at kind of all stages in terms of the planning, delivery, and the monitoring and evaluation of the programs. So those are things that the SDP programs and stakeholders would attend to or could attend to if we're going to implement these principles of development, these approaches for development within the SDP field. A couple of points as well to make. I mean, one is that we do have a wide diversity of programs. So there are different priorities and emphases. You know, programs and stakeholders will have a whole range of development goals. You know, some might focus on, say, gender empowerment, others might focus on health, education, others may focus more on maybe on the environment, for example, and largely for local reasons. You know, they'll make these decisions in terms of what they prioritize, and that's important. That it's up to the but at the local level. There's an adaptation of these kind of global development goals, but to the local context. You know, decision making is made over which ones are going to be prioritized. And the programs often have very practical objectives as well. So maybe improving health knowledge. So it's maybe important as well that we don't get too abstract. That we ensure that we have these different approaches to development, or particular approaches to development, but they also need to facilitate and connect with some practical objectives which the programs will pursue. You know, such as I say, improving health knowledge in areas where, for example, there are significant issues regarding the spread of different types of disease. The programs need to be having a significant practical focus in order to to do their work, but also I think to be sustainable, because that will be a strong expectation of the funding bodies, that they can deliver some kind of practical objectives, and therefore some kind of demonstrable change within the group of young people that they're working. So those are some issues regarding development approaches for SDP in sport. I think now I was going to move on to keep those points in mind, and then to consider specific development challenges in SDP that currently face the sector. I think first of all, there's always a concern regarding sustainability. I mean, since from day one, when I started researching this sort of stuff more than 20 years ago, there's been a focus on sustainability, on how do you make programs, how do you make initiatives sustainable, how do you make organizations sustainable, how can the impacts of these programs be sustainable. So it's a constant challenge, and the kind of types of challenge can change. But a constant challenge is certainly around attracting donors, maintaining the sort of funding that the programs need in order to continue to be implemented. Another challenge, of course, is building partnerships. Can you maintain your connections with agencies that provide you with some support, with certain facilities, for example, with an area in which you can, maybe a playing surface in which you can implement the program, or that can provide you with access to schools, for example, so you can attract young people to participate. Maybe a sports club might be delivering volunteers to you. Can you maintain that partnership with the club so that that your NGO continues to have volunteers to conduct the work that it's doing? So building and maintaining these partnerships is a constant challenge. And of course, we've had COVID, and it continues, and it's still hugely impactful in most parts of the world. So COVID stopped many programs, ended some organizations as well. They were no longer able to get funding and to function. It certainly disrupted and ended funding for a lot of organizations as well. So COVID has ravaged the sector. And so post-COVID-19, as we start to hopefully begin to emerge from the pandemic and the effects of it, then the SDP sector that emerges or survives will be very depleted, especially in the global south and low and middle income countries. So it will be important for us to have a good assessment of what we've got, how the SDP sector looks or could look in the next 3 to 5 years in what is hopefully a post-COVID-19 situation. One model that's been put forward as a potential partial solution to the sustainability conundrum relates to a social enterprise model in which NGOs can mix sort of business and social agency activities. So they, on one hand, they still operate like an NGO where they deliver the social program with young people, the educational program with young people through sport. On the other part of it, there's a kind of business that's running to maybe direct young people towards, some of them towards some employment, but also maybe to generate some funding for the social enterprise work that goes, or the social agency work that goes on. So there may be a kind of business at the side, so for example, in terms of production of sports merchandise. There may be some, tailoring, for example. I've heard of, in Zambia, for example, there's a program there that my university has been involved with that has a tailoring business for some of the young participants to be employed on. Other ones can run such things as cafes or hotel, conference centres or even hotels. That's that kind of social enterprise model that mixes the private with the voluntary or third sector is a possible solution for some NGOs or some organisations that are struggling with funding. So I guess we'll see a growth in that model over the next decade or so. Secondly, there's a issue regarding improving SDP's credibility and standing in the global development sector. So we can see SDP as a sort of sub-sector, a sub-part of the wider global development sector. SDP is perhaps seen as a kind of strange, sort of quirky, unusual domain of activity. So it's seen that way by other development organisations. That said, it's certainly improved its status, I think, in the last 15 years or so, because the UN support, for example, has been really helpful in that direction. But I think that the SDP sector still could look to have more partnerships and better integration within the global development system so if there's SDP work taking place in a particular nation, then SDP organisations, their NGOs, for example, could look to build partnerships with other development organisations in that location in order to have the strongest impact with young people who are often perhaps engaging with not just SDP activity but also wider development activity as well. There may be certain techniques of program delivery that we can learn from wider development organisations. There may be funding sources that we can benefit from, other types of expertise that the development sector will have. We can tap into as from an SDP perspective. So I think potentially the UN can continue to play an important role in enhancing SDP's standing within the global development sector. The more SDP activities, initiatives that the UN supports will always be, I think, helpful for enhancing the SDP sector standing there. One concern that sometimes comes through from the development sector side, but also maybe from at times international media or academics as well, is that the SDP sector might be seen as a bit of a public relations area for certain nation states, maybe, or corporations to improve their image. So it's sometimes SDP might be suspected as being a little bit too much in terms of public relations, PR, and even sports washing. There's a keyword that's come into prominence in the last few years. So it might be seen as too close to public relations and sport washing rather than to actually effective development work. So it's important that we ensure that the SDP sector is highlighting the work that it does, and also that it's not seen as a mere public relations area for sports washing, that all of the stakeholders that come into the sector or part of the sector are contributing towards kind of meaningful social change, and ideally, actual social transformation. Thirdly, another challenge that the sector faces, and it's faced for a long time, has been the kind of fragmentation that we sometimes find, and the lack of coordination between agencies. There's often a lack of coordination among across different stakeholders. So we can sometimes go to locations like particular nations and find that 2 or 3 SDP NGOs are operating in the same location, but are not really interacting with each other. Or there are maybe SDP organizations that are not known to wider development organizations. I mean, that goes back to my other point. Highlighting the kind of lack of coordination between agencies that could be working together or contributing some kind of collaborative work together. Now, partly some of this is understandable. There's often a competition between stakeholders. There's a bit of a funding marketplace in the global development context, where kind of different NGOs are kind of often battling for funding in order to kind of sustain themselves. So there's a bit of competitiveness between NGOs that operate in the same location. That said, it's actually also quite heartening to see occasions where NGOs are actually sharing their toolkits or kind of sharing the types of work that they do. And I found that, for example, in Nepal, where some NGOs were using the same sort of toolkits and interacting pretty positively. So sometimes the context can push NGOs in that direction, but not always. But it's really just maybe also a kind of shift in mindset where maybe NGO officials or volunteers might think a little bit more about how they could engage with outside partners or potential outside other agencies, especially ones that they haven't really encountered thus far. One challenge that the global sector faces is whether the sector kind of needs strong leadership. The UNOSDP had the potential to certainly a strong advocate for the sector, but some might argue that it had the potential to become a potential a kind of global leader for the sector, to help with the coordination of the maybe international NGOs and other international governmental organizations and international sports federations, to kind of coordinate things a little bit more between those high level stakeholders. But as it stands, the UN office closed several years ago. There is that issue about whether we will have some kind of international global leadership for the sector. If we don't have that, then there's a question about whether that will undermine the long-term future of the or influence of the a fourth challenge that's faced by SDP relates to the concern to decolonize SDP and also global development, to challenge and to remove some of the inherent colonial and neo-colonial structures and practices and influences that may still be there in SDP and also in global development. I mean, we see that the SDP sector is dominated by global North agencies, embarked by global North questions, or even or questions that have been set by the global North. the research field, the SDP research field, is really dominated by global North academics. I mean, we've had some papers which highlight this numerically, but really it's pretty obvious, you know, that we have, you know, the huge numbers of, you know, the vast majority of commentators on SDP in the academic context have been or are based in the global North. So there's a, you know, a whole set of questions here that the SDP sector and also SDP researchers need to grapple with. You know, how can SDP empower the global South and find ways to decolonize structures and societies, including the development work that's undertaken, and also including in the SDP field as well, of course. So this is a, you know, a big challenge that and set of issues that the sector faces. I mean, one solution or one way forward would be to focus, I suppose, on what I mentioned earlier. This focus on this concern with local empowerment, to focus on you know, working with local community level traditions, belief systems, and trying to sustain and nurture these and maintain them perhaps through SDP. So there may be certain ways in which, for example, the local community is engaged with environment, which can assist with environmental protection in the, you know, kind of longer term. And so those sorts of values and traditions and belief systems in relation to the environment could be it can be embedded in some in SDP programs in terms of education and also practices. Also, there's a need. I mentioned earlier that you know, SDP, you know, the field includes a concern not just with sport but with other types of physical activity or physical culture. So there is a need to kind of maintain that and to go beyond sport to include other types of cultural forms, and that would include maybe dance, music, culture, the arts, and outdoor life, other types of physical culture. I mean, well, one point here is that, you know, sport and competitive physical games, they're not for everyone. You know, they won't, you know, there are large numbers of young people who won't necessarily be attracted by that. You know, we know certainly that, you know, sport and physical activities, competitive physical games will attract certain groups of young people. And that's been the hook for so many SDP programs. But you know, these types of activities are not for all young people. So there are needs for NGOs to also think about other ways in which they can reach other user groups, other young people who are not necessarily drawn by sport per se. So and it also may involve adapting the activities of the NGO to the local context. So for example, I think of an NGO I looked at in Cape Verde, which is a, you know, set of islands off the west coast of Africa. And you know, they were running football and sports activities and programs, but this NGO was also, you know, running wider sets of activities. There were educational activities. There was basically a school. There was some horticultural activities, some sort of gardening taking place as well, and also they had a kind of Batuku group, which is a local form of song and dance that's performed by women. And also a kind of a strongly locally empowering form of song and dance that young women women use there. So that was also promoted and facilitated by the NGO. So yeah, I think that's a strong example of how you know, sport is not for everyone, and it can also, you know, there's a way of engaging you know, wider set of participants if you utilize other types of physical culture, such as dance and song and music. A further point would be for SDP to tackle some of the most difficult and pressing development issues, and these are ones that can put pressure on the most powerful stakeholders. So, you know, there are real development challenges that put pressure on nation states, major corporations, international agencies such as UN agencies. And these are issues that put pressure on these powerful stakeholders to change and to change themselves, but also to promote messages of change. So these issues might include, for example, equality, tackling inequalities, which have grown markedly. They may include rights issues regarding civil rights, human rights, employment rights. They may include key issues regarding climate change and the environment. The need for example, nation states and major corporations to take the lead in reducing carbon emissions and tackling other environmental threats and dangers in order to sustain the planet. So these are really challenging issues that will put most pressure on powerful stakeholders. So it's important, I think, that the SDP sector, to kind of maintain its significance, presence, credibility, needs to engage with these sorts of most pressing issues. And that also can mean that the SDP sector needs to engage with or campaign on their issues that they raise. So that would include, for example, campaign groups that focus on the environment, or focus on issues of inequality, or focus on issues of, for example, labor rights when it comes to, for example, the development of sports facilities in different parts of the world. So I think it's crucial of SDPs to build capabilities and advance transformational development and secure local empowerment. If SDP is going to go for these three approaches that I set out earlier, then these sorts of challenging issues need to be taken on, and the agencies or the groups that tend to be most concerned with these types of issues, such as campaign groups, also need therefore to be engaged with within the SDP sector. Also, there are issues here regarding potential new themes, issues and participants for the SDP sector. There are these issues that kind of bubble up, that emerge at particular points in time. So, over the last few years, we've seen quite a focus on refugees. There's also, given the SDGs, have got a strong focus on the environment, and the environment is also an important development issue. At times, the SDP sector can be a little bit slow to recognise these, to get these development issues into programs, for the programs to focus on them. Another issue here is that the need for SDP programs to have flexibility and adaptability to the local context. So it's sometimes said that the SDGs can obviously have a global focus, but can be a blunt instrument that they can focus on these kind of broad, large-scale, or kind of deep-seated themes, or development concerns, such as regarding health, gender equality, and so forth. But there may be particular local needs and local issues that need to be addressed. So it's important that SDP NGOs have the kind of freedom and scope to maybe drop some themes or some development goals, and then to focus on other types of development goal that really affect the local people. Another challenge is that many nations are still not fully involved in SDP, so there's a strong variability there. Some nations, and most obviously Zambia, have been like the poster nations for SDP, where they've been involved in SDP for a long time, very sort of prominent supporters of it, whereas other nations have been really slow to engage with SDP. So there's a need to try and get some of these nations more involved, or for the SDP sector to try and engage with these nations to see what can be done in these locations. And so I think capabilities and empowerment approaches can help here, by flagging that focus on enhancing the capabilities of people, local and national level, but also highlighting the concern of SDP programs to enhance the empowerment of local and people at local and national level as well. And then maybe sort of finally, another challenge is identifying what works and to scale up the work of SDP programs. There are very wide differences between SDP agencies and the quality or standards of their work. SDP agencies need to share what they do and what works, and also to scale up what works locally so that it reaches national or international level. So, if something's found to be working at local or national level, is there a way that that can be scaled up to have a, to be applied, okay, to be adapted to the local context, but also to be applied at the in other contexts, so that it can be effectively you're kind of scaling it up to a kind of international level. So those are the I think some of the real challenges that or some of the real challenges the SDP sector faces over the next few years. So just to kind of sum up and think about some lessons for maybe academic research as well as for maybe policymakers and practitioners on the connections or the links between sport and global development. I've tried to argue for this combination of a capabilities approach, one that focuses on transformational development, and also one that focuses on local empowerment. That means that we combine a bottom-up approach where we're concerned with understanding and help and empowering people at grassroots level. So we're kind of focusing on a kind of bottom-up level, but also a focus on a top-down level. So we're thinking about how we can strategize, organize, and structure the SDP maybe at a kind of transnational or national level. So we're kind of combining these kind of bottom-up grassroots level and also kind of top-down sectoral levels as well, perspectives as well. I think ideally we want to go beyond kind of the basic points that key disciplines provide. For example, Anthropology 101. I mean, the kind of basic point in Anthropology 101 is it's about the diversity of peoples and the the importance of local context. Well, yes, and that's a basic key point in a discipline like anthropology, but we want to try and build on that to aim for much richer, much more insightful community level research and analysis. And also we want to engage with contemporary theory and research from different disciplines, such as anthropology, but also maybe development studies, area studies, political science, sociology, from all the kind of the different sort of disciplines that contribute towards the study and understanding of SDP work. So it's about also engaging with the development studies field and global development issues. So I've argued elsewhere that we don't want to see SDP as this kind of bubble that kind of operates within its own field. Instead, see SDP very much as part of the global development field and engaging with that development field, contributing towards that global development, that global development agenda. And that also means engaging with new scholars and different academic communities. To sometimes as academics we can settle into our own little coterie, our own little group of fellow scholars and just stay with them. Much better to kind of open up, engage with other disciplines, engage with new scholars, engage with people that that we've been kind of reading about or reading their work in the past, but not really communicating with them. Try and broaden the conversation and engage with more people across this kind of global network. What can be a global network of SDP scholarship? It's kind of ironic, sometimes, I've argued that the SDP sector can be somewhat fragmented and lacking coordination, whereas I think also the academic sector can be a little bit like that as well. Decolonizing the field is critical. So we need to get global South voices and perspectives. We need to get more global South scholars into SDP research and also leading SDP research. So that's a vital mission, I think, for the research field for the next decade. And also exploring rights-based development themes with a wider set of stakeholders as well. So that means, as I've said, taking on, engaging with some of the most challenging development issues and problems that we have over the next decade. And that also therefore means that we need to engage with stakeholders that have expertise and a strong commitment in these areas as well. And that can include, for example, campaign groups. So getting them a little bit more involved or learning from them within the SDP sector would also be, I think, desirable. So that's what I have to say. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm delighted to have had your attention. So I'm looking forward to the discussion and any questions as well.
Okay, thank you so much for your fruitful presentation, Professor Richard. So I'm going to ask permission to stop your screen sharing. Okay, I would like to ask permission to read the short summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia to assist the audience in understanding the materials before the Q&A session. Hope you don't mind with that. Okay, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, dalam presentasinya, Profesor Richard menyampaikan beberapa poin mengenai konsep Sport for Development and Peace atau SDP dan tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Pengembangan positif dan negatif, kemungkinan pendekatan serta tantangan pengembangan khusus untuk SDP. Beliau mengungkapkan bahwa SDP terjadi pada saat olahraga digunakan untuk mempromosikan berbagai manfaat sosial. Ini adalah ruang global utama di mana olahraga terhubung dengan pembangunan global, di mana biasanya SDP melibatkan lembaga swadaya masyarakat yang menjalankan program intervensi olahraga dengan kaum muda. Aspek utama dalam SDP terjadi di negara berpenghasilan rendah dan menengah, fokus pada pemuda, dan saat ini mengalami pertumbuhan yang sangat pesat. Aspek utama di SDP terjadi pada saat olahraga dipandang sebagai alat yang sangat baik atau pengait untuk melibatkan kaum muda dalam pengembangan pribadi dan sosial, serta memfokuskan mayoritas pada pendidikan. Meski terdapat aspek positif dan negatif serta tantangan dalam SDP, namun Profesor Richard berpandangan bahwa selalu ada harapan untuk terus melakukan perbaikan atau feed forward bagi para peneliti SDP untuk terus menggali area-area meliputi pertama, pendekatan kapabilitas, pengembangan transformasional dan pemberdayaan lokal. Yang kedua, menggabungkan perspektif bottom up atau akar rumput dan top down sektoral. Yang ketiga, melampaui antropologi one-on-one, penelitian analisis tingkat komunitas dan terlibat dengan teori atau penelitian kontemporer. Yang keempat, terlibat dengan bidang studi pembangunan dan isu-isu pembangunan global. Kelima, terlibat dengan cendekiawan baru serta komunitas akademik. Yang keenam, dekolonisasi atau menggali suara dan perspektif global di dunia bagian belahan selatan atau bukan barat. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah tema pembangunan berbasis hak dengan pemangku kebijakan yang lebih luas. Okay, so Professor Richard, we already got one question or two actually coming from Pak Amung. So I'm going to read the question for you. So the first one is from Dr. Charlie Setiawan. So the question is, thank you for laying out the approaches to development early on your presentation. Could you elaborate more on critical approaches to development, how they are articulated in policies, programs, and practices in regard to SDP? Any specific examples? And then next question, how the NGOs with critical approach might face challenges as dominant stakeholders operates in diametrical position, say favoring neoliberalism as their underpinning spirit. So that was the first question. Professor Richard, please.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's a good set of questions. And I take the point that it's difficult sometimes to, well, it is difficult because of the concerns of other, maybe the most, as you say, the dominant stakeholders, that they have a kind of often seen as having a preferred model of relatively modest social change as opposed to a really, the kind of transformational social change that some of us would advocate in regard to tackling inequalities and that kind of transformational model that I set out earlier. I think maybe one way to look at this would be to kind of look back and look at where we've come from, because I think, say, 25 years ago, it would have certainly been seen as making a kind of a really kind of critical approach towards development or towards sport if we were making the case for the full, equal rights and participation of say women's football or women's sports, and the kind of media standing, the international standing that's been kind of promoted with women's sports, for example, and maybe also with I go back a good deal further than that. So the kind of anti-racism initiatives that we've seen in sport over the last few years. 30 or 40 years ago, that just wouldn't have been thinkable. That would have been really the kind of critical approach. So it's trying to kind of keep making the case for a transformation, especially maybe around rights and rights issues, and focusing on equal rights. That then you can start to make a bit of an impact, I think, on sports. And then if you look at how things can kind of can change over the long term, then it can look quite significant. Looking at it in terms of SDP, I would say that some NGOs do some really strong work for example, around that rights agenda. Women Win, I think, have got a really kind of impressive focus around enhancing the rights and the involvement of girls and the women in sports, but also enhancing their trying to enhance their social rights. I think also maybe it also depends on context, where you've got positions where certain population groups are really significantly marginalized. Then sports can be a significant vehicle for highlighting their presence and their recognition in the public context, that can perhaps help a little bit with the in terms of the kind of public recognition that they can have, and also therefore their kind of social standing. But I think there are real challenges here regarding how we move to the next stage. And what I've advocated here is that we could potentially engage with a wider set of stakeholders, and that could include campaign groups which have got a significant focus on rights, on rights-based issues, and that can be a way in which we can try to work in these educational aspects into SDP programs rather more effectively. But it's well, I think a key point to be made as well is that sport alone is not going to change the world. SDP on its own is not going to have this kind of lead to a kind of social revolution. It needs to see itself as part of a wider architecture of developmental transformational change. Within that architecture of other agencies, other stakeholders that are working towards kind of a kind of transformational change. But that's one of the reasons why I think it needs to reduce its limited engagement, change its limited engagement with the wider development sector and with the wider maybe campaigning sector as well, and to try and engage more fully with these wider fields. So I hope that goes some way towards answering that. But I think I don't think there are any really easy answers on this one, because I think, as you say, there's the key stakeholders, or the most powerful stakeholders thus far, have tended to be favouring a particular model of development and a role for sport within that, which is not one of transformation. It's more of relatively moderate change in many ways. I think one way that, as I say, we can get around that is by focusing more on rights-based issues.
All right. Okay. So I know that was a tough one, but then we still have two more questions. And then I saw that Miss Gita is raising her hand. Miss Gita, I'm going to let you speak, but then after I read the Professor Amung question, okay? Is that okay with you? Okay. So the question coming from Professor Amung, how can the big SDP issue become an important policy in various countries in the world? Understanding SDP is closely related to the development through sport paradigm. In our country and Asian, it is not easy to sift from development of sport? What advice should we do? So, Professor Richard.
Yes, point taken. I mean, actually, yeah. So I think by development of sport, you mean there's a focus on developing sport in itself. So that means, development of sports facilities and training facilities and increasing public participation or the performance of elite athletes and so forth, hosting events. Yes, that tends to be the dominant focus of governments. So kind of no surprise there. So it's about, seeing SDP is kind of part of that in terms of sport potentially having other, spin-off social benefits. So, for example, the field of positive youth development has looked at the ways in which participation in sport can also have other kind of psychological, social benefits for the young participants. So that's one area that could be, I think, highlighted. But I think it's also about, not just seeing SDP as part of the sports sector. I mean, but it certainly is because of the types of stakeholders that are part of it. But also seeing SDP as embedded or connected to the development field more broadly within the nation. So it connects with, say, education. It connects with ministries of youth. So it's got a range of. It can also connect with ministries of culture. So I think in the UK we've got our Department of Culture, Media, Sport. That was for a long time. There's been a connection of culture, media, and sport within the UK. So just to give an example of how there are these links of sport to other non-sporting fields, but certainly with SDP, it could be seen as connected to education, to broader development, also to culture and to youth, and to kind of ministries and departments that've got responsibility for these fields as well as for sport per se. So I suppose that the point there is to broaden the scope, not just engage with sport, but also to engage with these, I think, with some of these other fields as well.
Okay, so Miss Gita, your time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I am Gita February Fiskawati, a doctoral student for UPA. I have one question for you, Professor, but before it, give me a chance to describe just a little bit of sport policy situation in Indonesia. We know that in the Indonesian sports, some sport
so we cannot hear your voice.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably someone in the same room.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I have one question for you, Professor, but before it, give me a chance to describe just a little bit sport policy situation in Indonesia, that some sport policy are not implemented properly and the government doesn't seem to pay attention for it. There is no program to evaluate it, and so how to convince the government that sport can be an important element in a whole human movement development. Give me some suggestion for it, Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. That's a short and big issue. I mean, I might point you back towards that discussion I had regarding those four models of development in terms of transformation. And I think you mentioned that there was an issue regarding how the sport policy was being delivered. So it's about maybe highlighting, the public administration side. That might be one way to go with it. So you could highlight that the standards that are required for in terms of the delivery of policy and the need for the existing policy to be implemented in the appropriate way. If there are technical failures to deliver the policy as promised, then you can highlight the difference or the issues there. That would be one kind of suggestion I think I've got there. What is there a specific aspect of the policies that are that you feel that are problematic in terms of how they're being implemented? You're muted, I think,
Yes.
Gita.
Okay, sorry, can you repeat it for you?
I was asking, are there particular types of policy that are concerning you regarding how they're implemented or set
Not
out?
implemented. There is a little bit, just a little bit, some policy that not implemented in Indonesia. We know that Indonesia as an archipelago, so it is so many island in Indonesia. So the policy is not from to central to what I can say that.
Yeah, yes, too centralized. It's not.
Yes.
You know, the benefits are not being spread across the country. Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
this
that's,
is, yes, that's the point. I think.
yeah, so I think it's going to be maybe a common issue in, you know, such a large country, but also with a different land masses and territories, and I suppose also different population groups. I guess it does come down to practical politics, I suppose, really, in terms of trying to ensure that that the peripheral parts of the country are also gaining the benefits of the policy. But if this is it sounds like it may be an issue that is not just limited to sport, but it also arises in other areas where maybe the peripheral parts of the country are less developed, and also maybe get less attention in terms of government policy. I mean, I don't know the Indonesian political situation, but if that's the case, then I've tried to highlight, for example, that we need to think about SDP or sports policy within the context of a wider development policies or wider education policies and so forth. I think in this case, it may be that what's going on in sport may be reflected in other political areas. So I think the only way to tackle that is to try to promote the kind of local voice and inclusion in policy making, and then to look at ways in which different groups that are trying to promote those interests are actually pursuing those goals, not just in sport but in other areas, to advance the interests of those kind of peripheral or minority groups. I think that's, yeah. I think, again, it's maybe looking beyond sport and looking at the wider kind of political context that's important there, I think. Thank you for your question, Gita.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gita.
Okay. Thank you, bro.
One last question coming from Mr. Rizky Kurniawan. So I'm going to read that. Hi, Prof. So he was actually your students in the Dream Together Master Program. So as we know, some European football clubs now is starting to use SDP initiative to approach developing countries, and mostly those with huge population. Do you think it is a pure sport or football for good initiative, or is it something that can be used as marketing purposes? And could you please share to us more about the beneficial for professional sport club having program regarding to the sport development? Okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yes. I mean, that's true that there are many sports clubs that are involved in these sorts of social development programs. I think possibly every, sort of established professional, club in the sort of global north, at least, is doing some kind of, that kind of work, community work. Even if it's at very sort of local level with kind of marginalized groups. So that's usually I think all to the good. And yes, a lot of some of it will be highlighted in terms of their in terms of promoting the if you like, the image, the community based claims of the club as well, the argument that the club is kind of in touch with its community or its fans, for example. But if it's having some social benefits for the participants, then that's all to the good, really. Some examples I would suggest, there's work that goes on with the soccer club in Seattle, for example. They do quite a lot of outreach work. They do quite a lot of outreach work in the Seattle area, so that's worth a look. And I was hearing some really interesting work about what they were doing when I was at a conference at Harvard a few years ago, and there was a representative from the club. Maybe more internationally, you're looking at Barcelona, the Barca Foundation. That's certainly worth a look. They're doing a lot of international work, and that's in partnership with UNICEF. Real Madrid have been busy in this area. You've got Arsenal doing work in different parts of the world. I think for example, in the Middle East, you've had Olympiacos, for example, doing work with refugees in Greece and in Athens. You've had speaking of refugees, you've got the German Football Association, but also German football clubs, and it has to be said, initiated by the fans in many ways, engaging with refugees. So there's all sorts of I think beneficial social work that's going on. I think it's important that these programs, these activities maintain a degree of self-criticism, that they monitor and evaluate their work and make sure that they're kind of trying to assess the impacts they're having, and finding a way of of finding ways of improving their work or enhancing their impacts. But I think those are some examples of what goes on in the football world with its kind of the outreach work that's going on. And delighted to hear from you again. I can see that Rijke, you've kind of hopefully benefited from the DTM program.
Okay, so thank you so much for the insight, Professor Richard. So I believe that all the audience today, they're getting more and more insight coming from you, from the sociological aspect, and then from the SDP approach. So thank you so much for being with us, Professor Richard. I hope that you are okay, and then amidst this pandemic situation, stay safe and keep well. So the committee, would you like us to take some pictures before Professor Richard is leaving the Zoom meeting? Would that be really necessary? So I'm going to, okay, I'm going to ask all the audience, if you could, please kindly open up your videos and cameras. So probably the committees will take our pictures together. I forgot to do that on the first session. Really sorry for that. Okay, on your count, Miss Anira.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Rita Ingrawati. So please, for your everyone and participant here, please open your switch on your video. Okay, I will begin in slide 1. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, move to the next slide.
Because we never know which slides are we on.
Yeah, so please keep smiling until the end of slide. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we move to the next slide. For your information, we have 7 slides here.
Okay. So
and this is yeah, and this is the third one. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, move to the fourth one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the fifth one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the sixth. 1, 2, 3, and finally the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Rita.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anira. Thank you so much, Professor Richard, for being with us. Stay safe, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the healthy break session. We are going to have our 90 minutes of break, actually. So kindly use your time to move a bit around and stretch yourself, or even go to the restroom. For those who are coming from Southeast Asia, region, please enjoy your dinner. After the break, our third speaker, Professor Daniel Gould from Michigan State University, USA, will be talking more on life skills, the benefits of sport participation in a global context. We'll be seeing you again in the next 90 minutes. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, silakan istirahat. Kita akan kembali lagi 90 menit ke depan sekitar pukul 7 malam ya. Setelah Isya, karena sekarang Isya jam 7 kurang. Oke, thank you. Stay safe everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Rita.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rita. Can you hear me?
Hi, good morning. I can hear you loud and clear. How are you?
Good. I just wanted to make sure everything was working.
Okay, good. We're going to start in about 13 minutes. Hope you don't
Okay.
mind to.
Oh, no, I just wanted to be on early to make sure. Now, do you know, do I share my screen or do you have the slides uploaded there?
Well, actually, you can share your screen because the committee after this will make you the co-host so you can do your share screen. But then if you are willing the committee to share your screen, so probably they could help you with that. So which one you prefer?
What can we try to share the screen now just to see if it works? Okay.
Okay, wait. Okay, operator, could you please make Professor Daniel to be the co-host so he could share his screen?
Okay, let me try.
Okay. Can you?
It's not doing what I think it is. Let me see.
Okay, now you can do that. You are the
Okay.
co-host now.
Okay. Let me just see. Can you see my screen yet?
Okay, not yet, but still, probably it's still on the way.
Okay, let me. Let me go back here. So, share screen.
Yes, could you? Are you sharing your screen now, Professor?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm having some trouble. That's why I wanted to check.
Okay, that should be fine.
It's asking me to do it's requiring a password. So I don't know what's going on here.
Okay, your PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, my PowerPoint's up, but it's for some reason it's not. When I go to share screen, it's not doing it.
we still have much time.
Yeah.
If it's not working, so probably I could ask the committee to help you out.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Okay. So, Miss Icha or Pak Yanwar, could you hear us? Okay, what time is it on your side, Professor?
It's about 10 to 8 in the morning.
Okay. It's actually 10 to 7 p.m. in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Okay, let me check the committee first about this. Okay, Miss Anira, could you please help Professor Daniel to share screen because he is not able to do it.
Okay. I will do it. Just give me a sec, okay?
Okay, thank you. So are you in the office or at home?
I'm at the office, my office.
Okay. So early in the morning in the office. Okay, good for you. It's winter time, right?
Yeah, I thought the connection would be better.
Oh, I see.
Um, I see an option where it says one participant can share screen at a time or multiple participants can share screen. I wonder-
Okay. Well, actually, the committee set for only one participant could share screen.
No,
So
I
it's-
just wasn't sure why it was working. It wasn't working.
Also, Professor, if you want me to share screen, is that okay for you?
What's that? I didn't hear the first part.
If you like, I would like to share your screen in here.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
So we can check first, Miss Anira.
Yes. So if you see the screen,
Yeah, the only thing I need to do is to get to presentation mode.
Okay, Miss Anira, presentation mode, so you can make it.
okay.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Okay, please give her the notes, the cue. So if you would like to say next, okay? So after this, probably.
Okay, yeah, that would probably need to do that. There's quite a few slides, so I'll just say next, please, or
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that.
Okay, so I think I just stop share first. Miss Rita.
Okay, yes. Thank you for doing this. Yeah, thank you so much.
Sorry about the problems. That's why I wanted to check out.
That
No,
should
it's
be fine.
totally fine.
Things happen, right? So during these days. Okay, so Miss Anira, we are still waiting for another 6 minutes. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Professor and Miss Anira, for your information, I live in the apartment nearby the train station. So should you hear any train coming by, so please kindly ignore the voice.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
Gimana nih?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace. We are getting closer to our third session. So Professor Daniel Gold is now here with us. So in another 1 minute, so we are going to start. I should remind you, for those of you who is not in the really good areas of sound, so probably you can mute yourself, so to avoid some misunderstanding during the session. So ladies and gentlemen, may I invite our third speaker, Professor Daniel Gold, PhD from Michigan State University, USA, who will be talking more on life skills, the benefits of sport participation in a global context. So committee, please kindly highlight Professor Daniel Gold too. So we have, okay. So nice to meet you. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. Good evening for you. Good morning for me.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, Professor, you are going to have 60 minutes of presentation, and then Miss Anira, as the operator, will help you out in doing the share screen. But then first, allow me read your curriculum vitae. Would you mind?
Nope. Fine.
Okay, so Professor Daniel Gold is the inaugural Gwen Norrell Professor in Youth Sport and Students Athlete Wellbeing. He is also a professor in the Department of Kinesiology and director of the celebrated Institute for the Study of Youth Sport. His expertise and interests lie in sports psychology and is renowned for his work in youth sport, with additional research and expertise in mental training for athletic competition and coaching psychology. He has received numerous honors for his work, including recognition as USA Wrestling Person of the Year in 1985 for his sports science and coaching education efforts, inclusion on a listing of the top 10 US sports psychology specialists, the sports psychologist in 1992, being named one of the 100 most influential sport educators in America from Institute for International Sport 2007, and being awarded an honorary doctoral degree from Vrije Universiteit Brussels in Belgium in 2009. He is also a fellow in the American Kinesiology Academy. He has over 200 scholarly publication and has been invited to speak on sport psychology topics in 35 countries. He has served as editor of or part of the editorial board of journals in psychology and kinesiology related fields, and has both been a consultant to and received grants from numerous organizations, including the US Olympic Committee and the United States Tennis Association. In addition, he is the co-author of a leading textbook, Foundation of Sport and Exercise Psychology, Human Kinetics, currently in its 7th edition. Without further ado, Professor Daniel, the time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. So if we can have the first slide. And I'm honored to come to to be able to speak to you today. I only wish I could come there in person. I always learn a lot by meeting everyone. But as you can see and heard from Rita, my presentation title was Life Skills, the Benefits of Sport Participation in a Global Context. So if we go to the next slide, I'd just like to thank everyone for the invitation. It was an honor to be included with the other keynote speakers. Next, please. As you heard, I have the honor to direct the Institute for the Study of Youth Sports at Michigan State University. We've been around for over 40 years. We were started for our state government with a mission that you'll see on the next slide, to scientifically study the beneficial and detrimental physical, psychological, and social effects of sport participation for children and youth. So we want to study the area. And then a second fold purpose is to disseminate that knowledge So it maximizes the beneficial effects. So to get it to the users, coaches, parents, anyone who's involved, youth workers, working with children in sport. As we can see on the next slide, I like to think of what we do as advancing knowledge and transforming young lives. Next. So today's topic fits our Institute's purpose fairly well. It's something we've been looking at for about 2 decades. How to promote positive youth and life skill development through sport. And I think this has global implications, hence I'm so excited to get to speak to you today. Next, please. So let's start with, like, why should we develop life skills in the first place? We hear a lot about life skills today, but let's talk a little bit about why we should develop it. It's not a new topic, as we'll see next. If we go back to the Greeks, and probably there's some people in Asia and in China many years ago that had similar thoughts, but Plato, the great Greek philosopher, talked about the moral value of exercises in sport far outweighs the physical value. Next, please. And the founder of the modern Olympic Games, Baron Pierre de Coubertin, talked about, for each individual, sport is a possible source of inner improvement. And went on to say Olympism seeks to create a way of life based on the joy found in effort and the educational value of a good example and respect for universal fundamental ethical principles. So I was very interested in not only the physical side of sport and the competitive side, but what sport did for the individual in terms of personal development. Okay, if we go next. Now, we do some work in Detroit, Michigan, which is one of our larger cities in our state. And we work with what they label underserved youth, or kids that come from hard economic backgrounds, not a lot of resources in their life. And this is an older statistic, but I think it validates why we'd like to look at life skills as well. We know from statistics they've collected that 40% of Detroit's youth will not graduate from high school. So a large percentage won't graduate from high school, which is much lower than the rest of the United States. And of those 40%, 35% of those youth who do not graduate from high school will be incarcerated or in prison by the age of 35. So this group, Detroit, PAL stands for Police Athletic League, was designed to try to get kids involved in sport, teach them lessons about life and purpose in life, so they won't end up in jail. They'll stay in school, those type of things. So I think that's another worldwide reason why we want to emphasize life skills. As we can see next, the final reason I think is, if you're interested in top sport, of why we want to emphasize life skills, it's not just for children's sports, but if we look at elite sport, this gentleman's name was Michael Vick, and he had a very promising career in gridiron football here in the US. He was a professional, and his career got totally derailed or destroyed because of off the field problems. He was arrested, ended up in court, and what was a promising career ended up not promising at all because of poor life skills, that he didn't learn those skills he needed to function off the field well. Okay, if we look at our next slide, let's talk about what life skills are. Sarah Carson Sackett and I wrote an article back in 2008 where we tried to define life skills. And we defined them as those mental, emotional, social attributes, characteristics, and behaviors. So a broad variety of things, not just skills, that athletes develop or may already have and refine through sports participation. And they have the potential to transfer for use in other life situations. So life skills are a variety of characteristics, skills, behaviors that we learn, values, hopefully through sport or further developed through sport, and then have the potential to use in other areas of our life. Example life skills are in the second bullet point: ability to set and achieve goals. Did you learn that from participating in soccer or badminton? Confidence. Did you become a more confident individual? Leadership. discipline, emotional control, teamwork, moral reasoning. These are just some of the many life skills that have been documented in the literature that kids can pick up through sport. Next. Now there's other terms, if you get in and look at the literature here, that you'll see in addition to life skills. Some people just say, we use the term psychosocial attributes and characteristics. We'll consider that the same as life skills today. And as I know you're in education, many of you, you may be aware of the broad educational research on social emotional learning, which is defined in the second bullet, the process through which children enhance their ability to integrate thinking, feeling, and behaving to achieve important life tasks. And the components of social emotional learning are to be able to recognize and manage one's emotions. Can a child learn to recognize and manage their emotions so they don't have temper tantrums? Can they establish healthy relationships with other young people? Can they set positive goals? Can they meet personal and social needs? And can they respond in a responsible and ethical manner? So I'll use all these terms synonymously today. So life skills, psychosocial attributes, social and emotional learning. And you may see that if you review the literature, you might want to look under all those terms. Next. The other thing I should mention is the research in this area studies life skills development in young people, ranging from youth, 5 or 6 years of age, all the way up to young adults in their early 20s. But they do it in different settings. One setting that I have listed first here is the physical activity, out of school club, open gym kind of rec program setting. When I used to teach at the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, a friend of mine, Tom Martnick, had a program called Project Effort. And that project would bring grade 7 and 8 youth in to the university after school. And they usually got the young people who were getting in trouble in school, had behavioral issues. They would come to this open gym after school. They'd play games with college students. They'd have some activities, but it wasn't like a sports league. It was like an after school rec drop-in program. And the primary purpose of it was the development of life skill. It wasn't really the physical activity sport component. A second kind of program is more of a competitive sport program where you have scheduled competitions. But it's still designed to teach life skills. Really good example of that is the First Tee golf program and the program we have in the country on Girls on the Run. So both these programs use sport, in one case golf, and they teach kids golf, or Girls on the Run teach kids about running. And they have competitions, but they have a whole curriculum that specifically focuses on teaching life skills. So the First Tee teaches kids how to meet and greet properly. They teach them communication skills, responsibility. Same with the Girls on the Run. So they run sports program, but they have a primary focus on life skills. And the third setting, go back, please. The third setting we have was a traditional competitive sport program with multiple goals. So in our country, this would be our high school sport, where the coach is trying to win the game. They're trying to develop fitness. They're trying to keep the kids in school. They're trying to develop life skills. So they have multiple goals, and life skills is one of many goals. So you'll see all three of these settings being studied when it comes to life skill development. Next, please. So what does the research say? When we look at what the research says about life skills development through sport, there's been some major reviews of the scientific literature. Anderson Butcher in 2019 did one, Emmy et al. In 2013. Myself and my colleagues, Nick Holt from Canada, looked at the qualitative research. So all these reviews have come up with pretty similar conclusions. And I picked the Emmy et al. Conclusion out of Britain here to emphasize. So she found that, and her colleagues, that there were 40 psychosocial outcomes associated with youth sport participation, whether it was teamwork, whether it was leadership, whether it was motivation. They found 40 different outcomes associated with being involved in sport. And they did find some negative outcomes, like increased stress and burnout, that they've been identified. However, she concluded, and I think we've concluded, and other people, the positive outcomes outweigh the negative. So on one hand, there are negative outcomes, so we don't try to pretend they're not, but the positive outweigh the negative. Now, if we go to the next slide, I just thought I'd take a second here and take a breath and have you, next slide, please. And have you do a little bit of self-reflection. I'll give you maybe 30 seconds to think about, if you were involved in sport or physical activity programs, what life skills did you develop as an athlete? So how did that affect you? So I played multiple sports, but one of them was wrestling. And I wasn't very good when I started. I lost a lot, but I persisted. So I think I learned a lot about hard work and persistence. What about you? If you have a sheet of paper, maybe jot down 1 or 2 things that you think you may have learned from your sport involvement. Okay, so think about those as we go through the rest of the presentation, but I just wanted to kind of make it more specific to you. Next. Now, I want to emphasize life skill transfer. I think this is really important. It's the ongoing process by which an individual further develops or learns or internalizes a personal asset or a life skill. It could be a psychosocial skill, a knowledge, disposition. It could be part of their identity. So it's basically they learn a life skill in sport, and then through a process of personal experience, apply that to other life domains. So say a young person learns how to goal set in sport. She then applies it to school or to work or some other area of life. That's what qualifies something for a life skill. So as we see in the next slide, what I've done here is on the left side of this slide, I have instrumental psychological skills for performance enhancement. So I might learn or further develop through my sport experience how to goal set. I might become more confident. I might learn some leadership. I might learn discipline, emotional control, teamwork. So I just picked these at random as something I possibly could learn. But the second circle over on the right, I have the life skills. So even though I learned all those, what I called instrumental skills that might help me in my sport, it doesn't mean that I'll transfer any or all those to other life avenues. So maybe confidence transfers, maybe discipline does, maybe teamwork does, but perhaps emotional control and goal setting didn't. So that's a challenge that we're trying to figure out as researchers. Next. Next, please. So let's ask the questions, how are life skills developed through sport? So we have some evidence that's more positive versus negatives come from sport, but how does it happen? Next. So how do these psychological competencies and skills or life skills, again, we're using multiple terms here for the same thing. How do people learn those? Well, family socialization is one. I'll talk about a study a little later that a lot of the athletes said they didn't learn skills just in sport. Skills that were emphasized by their family were further reinforced or extended in sport. They may learn it via experience and trial and error. Emotional control. You got nervous before a game and didn't perform well, so you learned that you needed to calm yourself down. Or you didn't take a game seriously enough and didn't do well. You learn that through trial and error. You might model others. If I have a coach who yells at officials, I might think it's okay to yell at officials. From coaches, my coach may directly teach me things, or I may indirectly, like I just said, through modeling. The next bullet, psychological skills training or social emotional learning curriculums. A coach may have a specific curriculum like the First Tee program or Girls on the Run, where they're specifically teaching skills. And the last one is some of it might be genetics. I might inherit things, the ability to concentrate to some degree from my parents. So probably all these are reasons why we're developing these skills, how we're developing them. Over on the right side of the slide, I also have, we know from the literature, people have talked about athletes develop skills implicitly. In other words, coaches don't do anything specifically to teach these skills, but as I play sports, I learn about teamwork because I have to work with other people, even though the coach doesn't talk about it. Explicitly, the coach talks to me about teamwork. We have a meeting about teamwork. The coach reinforces good teamwork and penalizes poor teamwork. So there's an implicit approach and an explicit approach. And as we'll see in the next slide, so there's some support for both approaches. We know kids will pick up a lot if just from being in sport. Now, that could be good or bad. Most experts conclude that if we want to be really consistent with life skill development programs, regardless of the setting we're in, an explicit approach is recommended, where we have a curriculum and we're thinking about specific things we're trying to emphasize and teach. Next. Next, please. So I want to take a second because I'm trying to keep this presentation, and the literature suggests this, very realistic. Sometimes transfer doesn't occur beyond sport. And how come? Well, some of the experts in this area say the athlete does not develop the instrumental life skill. Just because a kid's in sport, especially when it's implicit, may not catch what we want them to catch. Like we want them to learn to play by the rules, but they learn how to cheat, or they don't learn anything. Second, the athlete develops the instrumental skill, but does not recognize it can transfer beyond sport. So I'm an athlete and I learned that setting goals helped me be better in track and field or in Taekwondo. But I never thought about transferring that to school or if I have a job to a work situation. Third, the athlete's not motivated to transfer the skill. We see that in some of our college athletics in the United States. Players are really hard worker in practice, but he doesn't seem to care about his schoolwork. So he has the skill, but he's not interested. Finally, the transfer context is not conducive to supporting the use of the life skill. We've done a whole series of studies on teaching kids leadership through sport. And so say we've done that and the young person learned some really good leadership skills. They may not transfer to another setting in the classroom because the teacher might be very controlling and is very, very strict and doesn't want students talking or doesn't want students making decisions. So it's unlikely that even though they have these leadership skills, they won't use it. In fact, in the literature on leadership, it often shows kids don't learn to lead because adults don't give them a real chance to lead. Next, please. So take a second again. We'll do another little reflection here. Before I had to think of one or two skills you might have learned through your own experiences in sport. Now, which of the life skills transferred beyond sport? Can you think of things that maybe you picked up in sport and they transferred beyond it? So in my example, I think I learned how to work pretty hard from wrestling. And I think I transferred that to my career as a professor. I think I learned some things about goal setting and that transferred. What about you? Were there things that you think that you developed through sport that transferred? Take 5 or 10 seconds to just think about that. And which of your life skills, if any, did you transfer beyond sport? Okay, great. Hopefully you thought of one or two. Again, keep those in mind as we move forward in the presentation. Next, please. Now, If you're a teacher or coach, which I think many of you are, or work with teachers or coaches or youth leaders, there are some, not all coaches or teachers emphasize life skills. And there's some reasons for this. The sports sociologist, Jay Coakley, with the first bullet points, talks about the sport evangelist myth. In Christianity, there are ministers who go out and try to convert people to Christianity. They're called an evangelist. They're trying to preach the gospel to get people to believe. Coakley feels that sometimes we've done such a good job in our country to say sport builds character or better people. Coaches don't think they need to do anything about it. In other words, they believe because we said it does, that it does, and they don't have to coach it. Second, some coaches do not make life skills a priority. Hey, I'm interested in winning. I'm interested in fitness. Yeah, I don't care about this other things about character, about goal setting. Third, some athletes are so focused on performance, they're not interested in the life skills. They just want to do the physical things. Fourth, some athletes are not aware that they develop life skills and can be transferred beyond sport. A lot of times around the world, you'll see programs where they work with a former Olympic athletes who are retiring. They're transitioning out of sport, or former elite athletes. And many times it can be anxiety provoking for a subpopulation of those athletes because all they've ever done is sport. They maybe don't want to be a coach. They want to do something else, but they don't know what they want to do. And they don't recognize that some of the skills they learned in sport, like working with other people, teamwork, or about communication, could transfer to a non-sport situation. They just don't think about what they learned in sport that might apply to other situations. And some of these transition programs actually try to get them to think about that. And finally, coaches and other adults involved in sport don't know how to develop life skills. So we're kind of left to the implicit approach where the kid has to figure it out. But we know the more we can train coaches and teachers to do this, the more likely it will occur. Next. Okay, so what has the research taught us about life skills through sport? So let me take a few minutes, and I won't give a comprehensive overview of the research here. I'll give some conclusions towards the end, but I want to give you some examples from the studies we've done of the type of research that's being done. So if we look at the next slide. If we look in a general way, first, there's been a lot of quantitative surveys where we give paper and pencil tests to kids in sports. Typically, they're cross-sectional. That is, we give them once to a group of kids and we correlate their feelings about life skills to how they feel they're coached. Sometimes we do preseason versus pro-season assessment, but we're using quantitative surveys and statistical methods, et cetera. A lot of this research has also been qualitative interview studies where we interview athletes or coaches about life skills. Typically, it's one-time interviews. You go, Chinokova and Holt did one with Brazilian jiu-jitsu players. They went in and interviewed them about what they learned through participating in their sport. We have a few studies. We've done one on youth leadership where we interviewed kids that were learning how to be captains across their entire sport season. So that would be longitudinal, but it's still interviews. And finally, there's some good mixed method studies and program evaluations. Maureen Weiss and her colleagues did a really nice one on the first tee and Girls on the Run, where they're using quantitative and qualitative methods. Next. So let me give you an example from some of the coaching, behavior, life skill development, relationship studies we've done. Next, please. The purpose of our first study, we did this about 10 years ago, was to examine the relationship between a life skill development in youth and the kinds of coaching behaviors they perceive their coaches emit. So we're involved at our institute a lot in coaches education. So we're interested, like, in how the swimming coach, what characteristics he might have that might affect this young female swimmer. So in this study, I'm kind of combining results of two studies here. We typically survey 200 or 300 young swimmers, ages 13 to 18. Next, please. It was a cross-sectional survey, so we gave it at one time. We gave something called the Youth Experience Scale, which measures basically life skills that kids feel that they experienced and learned through sport, a variety of them. I should know there's a sport-specific measure of this now, which is better than the one we used 11 years ago. That wasn't developed at the time. We then had the youth rate their coach's behavior, things like how much rapport they had with the coach, whether the coach emphasized goal setting. That was started by came from work from Jean Cote. And then we used some items very specific to some interviews we did with high school coaches who are very good at doing this. Next. So the first conclusion is the most important from this studies and other studies. Specific coaching behaviors are associated with greater life skill development. Now they differ a little across the study, but the pattern's pretty consistent. If coaches have certain kinds of behaviors, they're correlated with kids developing more of these life skills. Next. So if, for example, in some of these studies I'm talking about here, the kids reported higher emotional regulation on the youth experience scale. They learned better to regulate their emotions or feedback, how to receive feedback, give feedback. They felt they learned more positive social norms, and they felt they were better tied to their community. So these things were, out of all the scales we asked, were the things that came up most often. Next. Next, please. And those were correlated through canonical correlation to specific coaching behaviors. So the more coaches established rapport, more positive versus negative rapport, the more you got those kind of things I just mentioned. The more the coaches helped athletes work on mental preparation, the more you got those youth experiences, life skills. The more the coach helped the athlete set goals, helped the athletes develop competitive strategies, and motivated the athletes to work hard, the more the athletes reported, they got more of these skills. So it's really important here that what we're finding is coaches who do these things or are characterized by these things more versus less get kids who report more youth development, life skill learning. Next, please. Also, we found that creating a mastery-oriented climate, if you know some of the sports psych literature, those climates focus on self-improvement versus outcome competitive results. The more good effects you get, the more you have a task orientation or mastery orientation. Some of Mary Walling's work, creating a caring and welcoming climate, that's been correlated to life skill development. So that simple as me calling each kid by their name when they come to practice, welcoming them, creating an environment where everybody feels welcome, nobody's bullied or nobody's teased. And coaches who talk more about how sport relates to life tends to get more life skills. Okay, next. Let me shift to a different study now. We did a whole series of studies on leadership experiences of high school sport captains, and I'm going to summarize two here first. This was our first effort. At our institute, we work with our high school association that runs our high school sports. Remember, in the US, sports are highly tied to the school system. And we were doing a program where we were helping train youth who were going to be captains of their team on leadership. And it dawned on me, we were doing this training, and I go, well, we never really talked to the kids who are captains. So we decided to do Dana Volker, myself, Michael Crawford, decided to do a qualitative study to look into this. Next. So our purpose was to gain an in-depth understanding of high school sport leadership experiences from the kids' perspective, from the young person's perspective. And we wanted to identify what were their roles and duties. What were the ways their leadership ability was developed? What were their attitudes towards leadership training programs? Next. And what we ended up doing is interviewing 13 former sports captains. They were actually first-year university students just when they started school, about the previous year when they were in high school. And probably the biggest, and these were in-depth interviews that lasted for about a little over an hour each. And then we transcribed the interviews and looked for themes. Probably the biggest thing that came from this is there was little or no training on how to be a captain. 11 of the 13 captains said the coach never told them how to be a captain. If there was training, it was implied, it was indirect. So no one was telling somebody how to be a captain or giving them any instruction. Next. Okay, thank you. Here's a good example. One of the young people told us this, Captain 9 from the study. I just think it was kind of implied, that is, learning about leadership. Because I mean, we were both freshmen, grade 9, and we both came up 4 years seeing both bad and good captains. So now they're in grade 12, and he's saying, you know, we've seen good and bad captains. Coach just assumed that we could take it from there. I wouldn't say that he taught it directly. I'd say he taught it like indirectly, you know, where take it from him. So in other words, the coach never talked much about leadership, but assumed by grade 12 from watching other captains, the players would figure it out. Next. Next, please. We found a number of other things in this study. Again, I'm just giving you a very cursory overview, but when we asked about roles and duties that the coaches expected the captains to play, we had things like to organize, to set an example, to mentally prepare teammates, to motivate, encourage, provide feedback. You can see down the whole list. And what surprised us with this is some of these things were pretty complex things to ask somebody to do. A teenager who's focused on peers and peer approval to enforce and confront if a teammate is violating a team rule, or to motivate and encourage. So we thought it was kind of ironic that they're getting very little training, but they're expected to do quite a few things, and some of them complex for adults, much less kids. Next. So let me go to our second study we did in this series, and we've actually done 5 or 6 studies right now. But the second one was, okay, we had talked to the kids and we said, well, what do great coaches do? So we decided to gain an in-depth understanding of how high school coaches mentor their captains in effective leadership practices. And we were interested in what the coach's philosophy was, their training methods, biggest mistakes. So it was a qualitative single group design study where the high school association in our state helped us identify 10 current high school coaches who are known for developing young people as leaders. So we tried to find like experts who are really good at developing their captains. Next. And what we found is first, remember we said when we interviewed the young people, they said their coaches didn't do much to formally train. Well, these coaches who are really known for developing captains were almost the opposite. They had proactive methods. They were all doing things to teach the young people about leaderships or components of leadership. So they talked to them about good communication skills, what that involved, how to provide feedback and reinforcement, hold coach captain meetings on a regular basis to ask the young person how things were going, what was going on, encouraged and conducted formal training. They taught and educated about leadership, provided good examples, gave the youth some autonomy to try things. One coach even assigned and shared readings that the students would have to present to the team. And they provided follow-up on how things were going. Now, no one coach did all of these. So this is kind of a compositive list of the different things that all 10 coaches did, but they all did something. Next. So here's an example from one of the coaches we interviewed. Talking about proactive methods. We run a 10-week leadership class with my senior, that's grade 12, seniors the year before, so when they're in grade 11. Part of what we use is Jeff Janssen's book on team captains. This is a book in the US. Every week we go through a chapter. Sometimes I'll teach it, and sometimes I make them teach part of it to the rest of the seniors. And that really tells them exactly what a leadership is, what roles are. So this coach actually teaches a little class about how to be a leader. Next, please. Okay, one of the things we thought would be interesting is to ask these coaches about the biggest mistakes they felt they made in terms of developing leadership. And oftentimes this was earlier in their career. But it was interesting, the first two they gave us was giving too much responsibility to the young person before they were ready, or not giving enough responsibility. And this really ties well to the youth leadership literature of finding this like optimal dosage, where it's a little bit like the old adage, you're holding a bird in your hand, and if you squeeze it too much, obviously you'd hurt the bird, or if you hold it too loose, the bird flies away. So how do you provide enough pressure so that young person has enough autonomy, but enough direction to lead? Using poor selection principles for selecting the captains, not communicating enough with them, failing to reinforce or educate, having inappropriate, poor relationships, obviously not on purpose, but it just didn't gel, and making assumptions about what kids could do without verifying it. So those were some of the mistakes. So we learned quite a bit from this that we were able to put into our educational programs. Next, please. Okay, the final study I'm going to talk about is one that we're just finishing. And its title is Former High School Athletes' Memories of Their Most Meaningful Scholastic Sport Experiences and Perceptions of Life Skills Learned, a 50-year retrospective study. Next, please. You know, if you look at some of the coaching literature in our country, the great John Wooden, the great basketball coach, and someone before his time, Alonzo Stagg, a great football coach, when they were asked if they had a successful season, these legendary coaches told reporters, well, I need to wait 30 years to find out. These two coaches' responses implied that they'd need to wait to judge their success of their players, not by the wins and losses, by evaluating the character and accomplishments of those players as adults. I was actually at a high school reunion and got the idea for this study because I knew of these quotes. And then I met people at my high school reunion, and the things that they remembered about sport and coaches just struck me. Like 50 years later, they're remembering very specific things coaches said to them. So I said it'd be interesting to interview these people and look at what life skills do they perceive they learned in high school, and how did that affect them over a number of years. Next, please. So our purposes were to chronicle the most meaningful memories from scholastic athletes maintained across 5 decades of life, to identify, if so, what life skills and psychological social characteristics they derive from their sport experiences, as well as we looked at other extracurricular activities like band or school clubs, where kids can learn some of these same experiences. And we wanted to identify, were there any negative effects of participation? Next. So we interviewed graduates of a small town high school in upstate New York that graduated in 1969-70. There were 9 participants. They were 68 years of age. On average, they played 2 high school sports. Their careers were 3 were in business, sales, management. 1 was an electrician, 2 teachers, 1 dentist, 1 engineer, 1 social worker. And we were able to actually find 2 of the former coaches who were in their 80s, the former varsity football and wrestling coach and the baseball coach, and interview them. And again, these interviews lasted about an hour and 25 minutes. They're transcribed verbatim. We then content analyzed. And if we look on the next slide, all 9 felt they picked up some positive psychosocial characteristics or life skills during their high school years. And they identified 80 meaning units, or 80 kind of points about life skill development. And these were subdivided into 6 general dimensions. So a bunch of these went into, this was the largest category. They felt they learned a lot about group, team understanding, interpersonal development. Secondly, individual achievement skills like mental preparation, goal setting, positive identity. They just felt better about themselves, and athletics helped them do that. Social capital and friendship. Social capital, I have an adult, my coach I could come to if I'm having a problem, or I have a broader network of friends. And the development of education and career aspirations. Coaches talked about going to college after high school. And then pretty typical in these studies, there was miscellaneous. This is not new. This is pretty typical of what we find in interviews with current athletes with life skills. Next, please. Now, what transferred? Not everything they reported they learned in high school transferred, but probably the biggest thing reported was teamwork, how to be a team player. We had, not everyone, but a number of athletes talk about that seemed to help them, especially if they went into business. Interpersonal social skills, people felt, they opened up and learned, had more confidence and knew how to present themselves, helped them later on. How to coach and teach, there were a few people who talked about that. Instrumental achievement skills was another large category of skills, working hard, not giving up, and character, doing the right thing. So, and again, they reported that they felt, looking back, this helped them over 5 decades of life after sport. Next. So some major conclusions, I'll just go through these quickly. And some of these I addressed so far. Other of these, I'm giving you what we found, but didn't have time to talk about. First, key moments in coaching actions are remembered decades after the scholastic sport experiences. And the coaches did not recognize which particular of their actions influenced young people. So we find these people that are in their late 60s remembering specific things a coach said or did. And oftentimes when we interviewed the coach didn't remember doing that. So to me, there's a huge lesson for coaches. You never know what you're going to do that an athlete will remember 50 years later. Second, not enough attention is paid to the experiences and psychosocial development young people bring to the sport context. Often sport may not teach life skills per se, but more amplify, enhance, and allow what's already started to grow, sort of like a fertile area to allow it bloom. Most of these athletes told us, now they weren't from terribly poor, not rich, but they weren't from poor neighborhoods. Most came from functional families. A lot of them would say that, hey, what I learned at home, I was able to apply in sport and amplify, develop it. And why this is important, sometimes in the life skill studies, we almost assume kids start sport with no values, no experiences coming in, but they actually come in with quite a bit. Next. Positive coaching maximizes life skill development. That verifies a lot of the literature. Youth can learn important lessons from inappropriate or less than optimal coaches. There were some examples of most of the coaches in their era were pretty what we call good coaches. There were a couple very dictatorial, authoritarian. There was one in particular. And some athletes reported, well, I learned, even though I didn't like it and wouldn't want that coach, I learned some things even with that less than optimal. Some powerful lessons can be learned from young athletes who remain on teams but did not get a great deal of playing time. So I think that's very interesting. Sometimes we think it's the kids who are playing, but sitting the bench was a learning experience for some athletes. Next. The young people will differ in their openness to life skill learning. The ability to reflect and think about what they learned is very important. And finally, consideration should be given to how much agency youth possess and how the school, sport, and team climates interact to foster life skills. So in other words, kids who learn implicitly sometimes have a lot of agency. Some kids seem to be able to pick up more on their own than others. Next. The life skill transfer process operates subconsciously, where individuals draw on their experiences and they've had in sports and apply them to new situations, almost subconsciously. Now, some of it's very conscious. I'm not saying it's all subconscious, but I remember one of the people was saying, he felt that his experiences dealing with stress as a high school athlete helped him. He was in the upper end of business management when they had a new company buyout and there was a lot of stress. And he said it wasn't a specific thing, but it was those experiences of stress and realizing that he had to take a shot and there was pressure. Later in life, he realized that, okay, stress comes, and it wasn't like a specific skill, but he knew it was going to be okay because he had been in stressful situations before. And finally, some lessons remain dormant until much later in somebody's life. Next, please. So obviously this study had some limitations. It's qualitative, so small sample. All the athletes came from good functional families. It'll be really interesting to look at some kids who came from, broken homes, maybe not as much attention at home. See what that tells us. They were all Caucasians and they all grew up in the same small town. Next, please. So let's turn to some general conclusions. And then I want to make sure I end on time, but have some steps to teaching life skills. Next, please. First, there's some general research that's been verified in sport and in youth development in general about programs that have positive effects on kids, create a physically and psychologically safe environment. There's structure. Now, kids have some choice, but there's still structure. There's supportive relationships, opportunities to belong. On the right side, positive social norms. Kids feel they matter and their actions matter. There's skill building opportunities. They're learning something, they're doing something, whether it's art, sport, etc. And they work best when they're integrated, not just in sport, but the family and community. So in a way, this is sort of a checklist. If you're starting a program and you can make sure that program has these characteristics, you're more likely to get life skill development implicitly. And then if you do explicit, you'll get more. Next. I've said this before, life skills are more than skills and strategies. They're more mindsets, worldviews, values. Second, we know life skills can be fostered via sport participation. But the third bullet points, coaches have to be careful not to buy into the sport evangelist myth that somehow you put a kid in sport, they're going to come out a better kid. We know from athletes, from professional sports and other sports, one of the best athletes ever went to my high school, committed murder. He didn't get the life skill lessons. While the bulk of us, I think, learned quite a bit, it's not always positive. So this idea that sport somehow automatically makes better people just because they play, even though this research says more positive than negative, you still can get some negative. So we have to be realistic. Next. As I said from that last study, athletes don't enter as blank slates. I don't think we've talked about this enough. Sport may amplify. What are their existing values? What are they coming in with? So I think this is important when we have a life skill program. The more we can know about what the kids' values are, skill sets are coming in, probably the better job we can do. Explicitly teaching life skills, the second bullet point, might involve formal coaching. My coach talks to me about leadership or teamwork or what it means to be a role player. Obviously, that will be holding discussions with players. Sometimes it's constructing the learning environment. So the coach specifically puts me under stress and he's taught me how to handle stress, so I get to test it. And then recognizing teachable moments. Something happens on the field, like in the classroom, and we can step in. Next. Sometimes life lessons lay dormant until something triggers it. And again, this notion that, and that could be subconsciously or consciously, not all psychosocial competencies develop in sport and transfer beyond it. Transfer is not an automatic process. We need to teach for transfer. Some key amplifiers for life skill development. I didn't talk about this, but we know coaches with a philosophy that supports life skill development. If a coach says, yeah, I believe in life skills and I teach these ones and they do it like this, you're going to get bigger relationships. All the research points to the stronger the coach-athlete relationship, the more likely you're going to get influence. Also, we don't want to forget about peers. Peers who value and demonstrate life skills can really facilitate that process. And obviously, level of engagement. The more we get kids engaged, we know captains tend to get more from sport than kids that aren't captains. So the more kids are engaged, the more they'll draw from it. Next. Again, we've done some other research that shows that many life skills are fostered from experiencing adversity and failure. This is a tricky one because we don't want a lot of adversity and failure for kids. But in America, we have a lot of parents now that are protecting kids so much. Kids don't learn how to deal with adversity and failure. So we know this is important for life skills. It's really hard as a parent to watch that happen, but it's important. And as I said before, some powerful lessons can be learned from kids who don't necessarily get to play that much. And again, in our country now, we get a lot of kids wanting to quit if they're not playing. Next. All right, I want to finish with some steps to teaching life skills. I'll go through these fairly quickly because I promised to finish within the hour. But there's a series of steps that are all based on the research. There'll be 10 steps. So if you were designing a program, these would be worth considering. So the next slide will show our first step. Assess the athlete's current level of life skill development. If you can find out what life skills do their families emphasize, or maybe they're kids without families, what are they coming in with? What have they learned from previous sport experiences? What have they learned from other experiences, school, work? Trying to find out where the kids are, where we start. Second, next, assess the athlete's openness to further developing life skills. This is a tricky one. Some of our research shows the more kids are aware of that you're trying to teach life skills and open to it, the more you get results. So trying to get a feel for what the kids think about, like teaching these, lack of a better word, soft skills versus how to throw, how to jump, how to do a specific stroke. Reflective ability. One study we did, it was a camp study, and the coach would have the young people every night before bed have a journal and reflect on what they learned that day. So that would be, and the kids who had more reflective ability got the most from it. Family instilled values and orientations I've already mentioned. Next. Create a conducive environment for life skill development. You know, even in competitive sport, kids will figure out winning's important, but really talking about improving relative to their own ability. A mastery, task orientation. We know this works in education. We know it works in sport. Create a caring climate. I mentioned that earlier. Call each kid by their name. Make each kid feel welcome. Peer support. Again, try to have good radar so you know how kids are treating kids on the team. Okay, step 4 is next. Use intentional strategies for teaching and fostering life skills. Great quote here came from Ken Hodge, a former student of mine from New Zealand. Life skills are taught more than they're caught via sport participation. Yeah, they're going to get some implicitly, but they'll get even more if we specifically teach skills. And I use an example often that I'll ask coaches, do you develop life skills? They'll all say yes when I'm doing clinics. And then I'll say, what did you specifically do last week to teach life skills? And sometimes they all break eye contact. They don't have it. They're really good ones will say, I teach discipline, being on time, and how to handle stress. And last week I did these things to teach it. Next. Selecting coaches with the right philosophy of coaching competencies. If you're an administrator and you're going to have a life skill based program or want competitive sport to teach life skills, you need to pick coaches who place primary importance on life skills. That John Wooden quote I gave before, he was the most successful basketball coach probably ever in the US at college, but his first primary goal was develop people. Have key values they emphasize consistently. When we interview coaches that are really good at developing life skills, they don't all develop the same life skills, but they can give you 3 or 4 things that they focus on in their program that are really important to them. Emphasize winning, but not at the price of sacrificing life skills. Next. Foster strong coach-athlete relationships. Again, the closer the coach-athlete relationship, we found in numerous studies, the more life skills reported. Caring climate is closely associated with that. Now, this can be done in very different ways. We did a study of American football, high school football coaches, and one coach looked like a statue from the Olympics, you know, tall, large, muscular, you could see the young boys look up to this person like God just walked in the room. There was another coach equally effective, little guy, but he'd do anything for the kids and the kids knew it. Both formed great relationships, but they didn't do it the same way. So I think we need to remember this. We've got to do it within our personalities. Step 7 is next. Coordinate life skill development efforts with other individuals and agencies. This can be hard, but the more we can emphasize parents, school, religious organizations. A number of years ago, I was in Singapore and the Sports Council was working on life skills. And I was impressed. We went into a school and we were working with the physical education teachers, but the school had the values on posters and the teachers in the classroom were talking about the same life skills and they were going to use them in physical education. So there was consistency across agencies that influence children. Step 8 is next. Emphasize the use of reflection on the part of athletes, whether it's just, tell me what the key points from today are. Discussion, presentations. One of my favorite things, Don Hellison, who did some great work on teaching personal and social responsibility, would at the start of a practice have the kids talk, he'd talk to the kids and we're going to work on teamwork today. What do you think teamwork is? The kids would give some examples. Then the kids would play. He'd stop practice once in a while and point out really good teamwork by somebody. And at the end of practice, the kids would reflect and he'd go, how did we do on teamwork today? And the kids would put a thumbs up if it was good, so here, or not so good. So he had the kids reflect. Step 9, next. We want to teach for transfer. I've talked about that quite a bit today. Consider the transfer context. Okay, they learned a skill here. What's that context going to be? They're going to transfer it in. When we see transfer, we want to reinforce it. Some of that is as simple as you're doing goal setting with a soccer team. They set 2 soccer goals and they set 1 goal for school. And then you talk to them about the school goal as well as the soccer goals and then follow up to see if they did it. And our final step, 10. Next. Oh, one too far. Assess life skill development and transfer. This can be hard to do for practitioners. You're not researchers. But sometimes simple surveys to athletes or parents. Or one I like is if it's a lot of our sports school based with somebody ages out of a program, do an interview with them, ask them what they learned, what was good or bad about the program, etc. We need to assess how we're doing as we go. All right, let's kind of go to the next slide and we'll kind of, I'm going to skip this just because of time. Please skip the next 2 slides. Next and next and next. Next. Okay, I just want to keep on time here. I think I've emphasized most of those points I skipped over. So summary and conclusion. What I've tried to do today is interview life skills for you. Talk to you about the importance of life skills, then what life skills are, then what the research says about developing life skills, the importance of transfer. I gave you some example research studies, and then we concluded with some practical steps if you were developing a life skill transfer program. So I think I'm out of time. I might have went 1 minute over, apologies, but let me open it up here, Rita, for questions.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Professor. This is a very compact presentation, 78 slides, and you managed to make it in 60 minutes. So congratulations. But Professor Daniel, before the question and answer session, I would like to ask permission to read the brief summary of your presentation in Bahasa Indonesia to assist probably the audience in understanding the materials before. Okay.
Good luck.
Okay. This is a very brief one, okay? Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, di sesi ketiga ini, Profesor Daniel mengetengahkan tema mengenai bagaimana mempromosikan positif youth, pemuda positif dan pengembangan keterampilan hidup melalui olahraga. Mengupas pandangan Plato dan Pierre de Coubertin, beliau memandang pentingnya mengembangkan kecakapan hidup. Profesor Daniel mendefinisikan life skill atau kecakapan hidup sebagai atribut mental, emosional, sosial, karakteristik dan perilaku yang dikembangkan atau disempurnakan oleh atlet melalui partisipasi olahraga dan memiliki potensi untuk ditransfer, digunakan dalam situasi kehidupan lainnya. Contohnya dapat terlihat dari kemampuan untuk menetapkan dan mencapai tujuan, kepercayaan diri, kepemimpinan, disiplin, pengendalian emosi, kerja tim, dan penalaran moral. Beliau juga menyampaikan kesimpulan umum mengenai apa yang telah diajarkan dan didapatkan dari hasil penelitian tentang pengembangan kecakapan hidup melalui olahraga. Di antaranya, kecakapan hidup lebih dari sekedar keterampilan dan strategi psikologis. Keterampilan ini dapat bersifat disposisional dan terdiri dari pola pikir dan pandangan dunia. Kemudian keterampilan tersebut dapat menjadi instrumental dan moral. Keterampilan hidup dapat dipupuk melalui partisipasi olahraga. Kemudian beliau berpesan bahwa pelatih atau coach harus berhati-hati untuk tidak mempercayai mitos bahwa olahraga secara otomatis baik untuk semua orang. Beliau juga menyampaikan bahwa atlet tidak memasuki olahraga sebagai papan tulis kosong. Mereka datang dengan keterampilan hidup dan olahraga memperkuatnya, meningkatkan dan memungkinkan apa yang sudah mulai tumbuh atau menyediakan area bagi mereka untuk berkembang. Misalnya, olahraga memperkuat nilai-nilai keluarga yang ada, atau kemudian juga atlet datang dengan keterampilan hidup yang berkelimpahan. Mengajarkan keterampilan hidup secara eksplisit mungkin akan memerlukan pelibatan pembinaan formal, kemudian mengadakan diskusi dengan pemain, membangun lingkungan belajar berdasarkan pengalaman, mengenali momen mengajar atau momen orang-orang yang memang dapat dilatih. Pelajaran kecakapan hidup mungkin akan menjadi terbengkalai sampai sesuatu dalam hidup seseorang memicu penggunaannya secara sadar maupun tidak sadar. Tidak semua kompetensi psikososial dikembangkan dalam transfer olahraga ataupun di luar olahraga. Jadi, menurut beliau, transfer itu tidak berjalan secara otomatis. Penguat utama pengembangan kecakapan hidup melalui olahraga adalah para coach atau pelatih dengan filosofi yang mendukung pengembangan kecakapan hidup, hubungan coach yang kuat dengan atlet, rekan yang menghargai dan menunjukkan kecakapan hidup, serta tingkat keterlibatan atlet. Di akhir presentasi, Profesor Daniel menerangkan mengenai 10 langkah mengajarkan keterampilan hidup melalui olahraga secara terperinci. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite several questions, so probably 3 audiences. Okay, I can see that someone is writing on the chat. Mr. Dimyati, would you like me to read your question, or probably you would like to ask Professor Daniel by yourself? Pak Dimyati? Okay, so probably the connection is not so good. Okay, I'm going to read the question for you. So, Mr. Dimyati coming from Yogyakarta, thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting and enlightening. Professor Gould, I think the ability to fail and learn from setbacks and progress is a vital life skill for young people. Learning that failure is not the end, but part of the learning experience has far-reaching implication affecting youth's self-esteem, resilience, and mental agility. Then how do sports skills teach youth, especially in developing countries such as Indonesia, where sport have not been seen as important in order to develop life skill for youth? Where to start to make sport as a means of developing life skills? So that was the first question.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's probably 2 parts to that. The first part is like learning how to fail in adversity. It's a tricky one because we know sport needs to be positive for kids and they need to come away feeling good. But they also need to learn how to fail in life. Any high achiever will tell you you have successes and failures. And the key, what we found, and we've done some studies of a coach who is great at this, he teaches the kids like the importance of persistence and not to give up. And we talk about most people give up, but you can't. He would then teach them breathing exercises about what to do when they get frustrated. Then he'd put them in situations where there would be some failure and frustration, almost like a laboratory, where he'd create some hardships in practice and then remind them to use those skills. So the example I use, it's not like I throw a child who can't swim in the deep end and see if they can swim. I give them some lessons, and then I put them in where it's kind of scary and remind them to use the skills we've learned. So I think that's a far-reaching one. It's actually a big problem in our country with what we call Gen Z youth, kids born after 1996. They've been overprotected. and they're having a lot of trouble with mental illness and other things. And I think it's because we've not allowed them to learn how to deal with adversity well enough. And I think sport can be a great place for that. The second question, I think, is a great one. In developing countries, I mean, Indonesia is such a large, diverse country. And I go, that how do we develop life skills where maybe they're not seen to be tied to sport? We've done some work in Africa and Black townships and other places. First, I think you want to find out what we found out, for example, in Africa in a Black township, Kayamandi, that when we went in to do some programming, they said, don't go in with money first. Go in and find out who's interested in the community. Then go in with the money, because if you go in with the money, a lot of people will say they're interested but not be interested. There was a program in India, we weren't involved in this, but I thought it was really important, trying to get more girls involved, which again is so important. And what they found is none of the kids would participate. So the agency went in, it was called Magic Bus, 6 months earlier, got to know all the mothers and grandmothers, earn their trust, then brought the program in, and it was very successful. So I think kind of making sure we understand the community. Maybe we offer sports programs, and again, whether we like this or not, girls are supposed to help with dinner. So if we run the program at dinner time, the parents won't let them come. Find out what's going on to help there. And I think the other is maybe instead of bringing a program in right away, talk to the community, find out what's important. A lot of coaches feel that they've learned these lessons from sport, and they just need to be reminded that it's just not all about winning. Very few kids are going to be professionals you coach. 95% of the kids are going to be professionals in something else. So those would be some things. Sorry to talk so fast.
Okay. No, that's good. And then that reminds me something, because I'm learning neuro-linguistic programming. Then I remember that there's no failure, only feedback. So probably this is not a failure that they made. So hopefully they're not going to be afraid of the word of failure itself, right? Because they will learn something, and then they will get some feedback and do some feed forward for themselves.
And I think what's really important, this is where the explicit comes in. I think coaches, before they have problems, need to say, hey, we're going to have a great season. We want to win. We want to develop our skills, but it won't always be easy. There'll be some struggles. There'll be some setbacks. There'll be times where you won't want to be doing it. Here's some strategies for when we get to those times. And then when those times arise, the coach reminds the kids that they've done that. So it's not like just we wait till there's a problem and talk about it. It's like preventive medicine. It's like we give you a vaccine early to protect you later.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for that. Okay, second question coming from Mr. Bambang Abdul Jabbar. Dear Professor Daniel, in developing life skills through sport, does culture and society beliefs influence to develop life skill through sport?
Great question. And I would say yes, for sure. First, there's probably some universals. We know from sports psychology and psychology in general, most people want to feel competent. They want to have some choices, and they want to relate to other people. But within that, some things are different. I know in the work we did in Africa, there's something called Ubuntu. And it's sort of like a community value that we're all in this together. We don't have that in the United States. So if I'm doing programming in Africa, I might want to be thinking about Ubuntu. Or I know some cultures are more collective than we are in the US. So in the US and North America, Canada, we'll talk a lot about individual skills. But if you're more collective, you may want to tie things more to the team and tie things more to affiliation and communication. And again, realize the pros of that and the cons of that. The pros of that, I mean, we'll just use the COVID vaccine. People would love to have the vaccine in countries, and people in the US don't want to take it. We're individuals, even though the science says one thing. So if you're collective, you want to consider that. How do we embed these kids in the collective? A great one I know in a lot of the Asian countries, I've learned so much when I've gone to Asia, there's a different respect for elders. And sometimes in the corporate world, we don't want to question the people above us. And yet then sometimes people above us don't know what's going on. So teaching young people how to give feedback to people that are higher up in authority in a culturally appropriate way. I think things like that really make these life skills more context specific. Great question.
Okay, I can see that Dr. Agus Mahendra is raising his hand. Dr. Agus, okay, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Okay. Hello, Professor Daniel. It's really nice meeting you here in the Zoom meeting. Well, actually, I came in a little bit later when you already gone through with some of your presentation, but from the rest of your presentation, I could infer that building or developing the life skill through sport is not that easy. I mean, probably it will need a long-term duration of time. It's kind of in the whole lifespan of the children when they are involved in the sport practice. So I could also say that with your contention, with your finding through so many research, I am now become, let's say, pessimistic about using this life skill development as a way to teach and develop the children, the character through the sport. Well, and I would like also to tell you something that in Indonesia, especially in Bandung, there is a tendency that so many researchers have a very serious oversimplification about the efficacy of life skill development. Because let's say from one aspect, there are so many students now doing the experimental research lasting about, let's say, 8 times of meeting or until 12 time of meeting. And then if you remember to, let's say, to Candelan, sorry if I mistakenly pronounce his name. Candelan has like 4 steps in applying life skill technique. The first one is focus on one life skill per lesson. That means if you have at least 8 life skill aspect of life skill indicator, then if you do 12 meeting for training, and then you only focus on one life skill in one lesson, that means you only teach the kids only one or let's say at most 2 times in one practice meeting. So I think it won't give us confidence. I mean, what is that convincing result about this experiment? But if you know the conclusion of the student, most of the student will tell you that their experiment has given very significant result about the effect of life skill technique in doing the sport. So I'd like you to tell us about this problem. whether do you think it is good for us to have, let's say, experiment for developing the life skill enough with, let's say, 2 weeks or 5 weeks until 5 weeks for practicing? Is that good enough for us to have good answer about this topic? That's all what I'd like to know from you. Thank you very much.
Great. Not an easy question, a lot in there. Actually, one slide I didn't put in that, and I'll directly address your question in a second. I had a pyramid of change, and the pyramid of change, we can influence kids, remember, implicitly as well as explicitly. So if you have good programs, and the base of the program, this pyramid, the first level, we had keep the kids occupied in a desirable activity versus having nothing. So if we have a structured program where kids are, lack of a better word, off the street during vulnerable times, you're probably going to get some effect. It won't be all we want, but at least they won't be getting in trouble because you know where they are. They're with a responsible adult. The second level of the pyramid after that was put them with a caring adult. You know, well, a lot comes, you know, I'm big on teaching life skills. The other part is a caring adult that creates the right climate where kids all feel valued, etc., will get a lot of effects without having to teach anything. The third level of the pyramid was then having some specific strategies to teach, which I think your experiments you're talking about are getting more for. And the fourth level is transfer.
Yeah.
So if you think of that pyramid builds that way. Now, a friend of mine calls me an idealistic realist. I want to believe I can help every kid in the world develop life skills. And the realist part of me goes, get real. You can't do it in 8 lessons for 2 minutes. You know, so it's this kind of combination. So going back to your question, I think those studies tell us some things. My sense would be if we have an idea that we're going to have a curriculum of like 4 skills in 8 weeks and it's done and we don't need to do anything. To me, the curriculum is to plant the seed. And then as you work with the kids over time, you're reinforcing those skills. You're helping them put them in action. And the other is, you know, a skill a day, we might get some effects. A lot of times when I work with coaches, pick 2 or 3 a season. You know, the old adage, Rome wasn't built in a day, or someplace Beijing wasn't built in a day, or Jakarta wasn't built in a day, whatever it would be in Asia. Hey, I'll take 1 skill, having a kid have confidence, having a girl feel empowered, that she can make a difference. You know, so there is a place for, you know, teaching specific skills, and we study that. But realistically, I think it's more than, you know, a 4-week curriculum and we've got everything set. The 4-week curriculum may plant the seed. Then the caring adult reinforces and taking that on. So to me, it's like a coach thinking long-term. When we've studied coaches who are really good at this, it's not like they have a session after practice where they talk about life skills. Now, they might have a 10-minute session, they talk about it, but they're living the life skills. They're seeing a teachable moment, they jump in. So to me, it's got to be embedded in everything we do. And as kids get more embedded in sport, we have some evidence that shows life skills help you win. If your team communicates well, knows their roles, you have good leaders, you're more likely going to be successful. So kind of getting the kids interested that way. So it's a complex question. I hope I helped answer it.
Yeah. Bu Rita, could you please explain a little bit? Well, actually, it's not the next question or the follow-through questions, but I'd like to also mention of your contention related to the coach ability, because you underlined very boldly for me, to me, that it is only the positive coach having a philosophy about life skill that could do to develop this life skill. And I just like to comment about what we have now in our country. It's let's say look like that the ability of the coach is always forgotten in applying this technique. For me, look like that there should be a kind of a training for experimenter if they could go directly as the teacher or as the coach applying the technique of life skill development. They couldn't go just like that without any preparation to go for, let's say, doing the experiment, and then they just tell us that the result is very significant. That's something that I think that what I call oversimplification. That's my comment, I think. I hope everyone could also listen to my comment and become more careful about applying this technique. Thank you very much.
Well, the other thing I'd mention that, because I think I liked your question, because we can do life skill talks and we're going to save the world through life skills. It's harder than it sounds, but it's not impossible to do. Actually, at our institute, we tend not to do anything like studies unless we do a needs assessment first. So if I'm in Indonesia, I go in and ask what they want in the community, what they want sport, what's going on, what the coaches' attitudes are. And then I might try to craft the program to their needs and go in. And you're right, to me, the coach or teacher is so important. And first, we got to convince them that this is worth doing, given everything else they're supposed to do. And then give us some strategies to do it. And, you know, and not all coaches, one, we want positive, encouraging coaches, but that doesn't mean the coach doesn't have to keep the kids in control. And you need to balance structure with positive encouragement. And I think we need to talk more about that. When you got kids that are unruly, how do you, kind of lack of a better word, get the kids to act correctly? But at the same time, you don't want to spend your whole day yelling at them, and then you don't have a good relationship. So how do you kind of walk that line? And actually, we do at the Institute here, we do tremendous amount of coach training with volunteer coaches. And it's first trying to get the coach to believe developing life skills is one of their roles. So I know that's a long answer, but I'll turn it back to Rita. Others may have questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so Professor Daniel and all the audience, we still have 2 more questions, but then we only have 4 minutes. So I need to ask permission to all the participants whether or not we should extend our time for another 5 minutes. Is that okay with you, Professor Daniel? So to answer 2 questions. Okay. So the next question is coming from Professor Amung. He's asking you, are there any research result that practice the development life skills through sport in various countries in the world? Which countries are more developed? Are there any suggestion for ASEAN countries, including Indonesia? Thank you.
Yeah, there's a woman named Lindsay Bloom here in the US who, and I think Mary Walling, have both done some work in Indonesia. I was trying to find that work. So there's some people that have done some work in Indonesia with communities, you know, sort of empowering. A lot of the Western countries, because, you know, we're lucky in that we have more money, you know, more programs, you'll see a lot of the research. But I'm trying to think of the name, Beyond the Balls. There's some big organizations, you know, the whole Sport for Peace, the UN. There's a lot of emphasis on this in other countries. I think it's really needed. You know, I know the US government, for example, is interested as, and not in a I don't want to get political, but in a dogmatic or negative way, but people turn to terrorism because they're desperate. They don't see a future. So if we can go in and use sport as a vehicle to give kids hope, like the program I talked about in Detroit, where kids feel like they're going to be dead at 21, why wouldn't you sell drugs or do terrible things? But if we can give the kid hope and some skills. So I think it goes back to, I think we need this all over the world. I think Western researchers need to better understand the context. That example I gave of Magic Bus in India, hey, the program failed miserably because they didn't get the moms and the grandmothers to support it. Once they were on board, the program was successful. So the whole idea of me not assuming I know how it works in Indonesia, me going in and learning, talking to the people in the field, kind of then using what expertise I have to try to support and help, but it's got to be their program. So that's, I know we have time issues, so I'll stop there.
Okay, so is there any opportunities for the scholars coming from Indonesia to work with you to do some research together?
Yeah, there would be opportunities. Some of our colleagues I know would be very interested at different places than myself. So.
Okay, so some of the lecturers are nodding their heads, so probably they're going to email you after this. Okay, so one last question coming from Mr. Rizky. So I'm trying to translate his question. So he said that he trained athletes from the age of 7 up to 17 years old. He totally agreed that sports can be used to develop life skills. However, his biggest obstacle in implementing the life skills program is because the demands of the National Committee of Sports or organization and parents who always put this aside and are oriented to the athlete's performance and achievement. What do you think and what can he possibly do regarding to this?
Yeah, great question. Difficult question. One is, I think, education. You know, like we found, for example, when we first started doing life skill things in tennis, parents would be complaining because the coach would be talking to the kid on the court and not giving her lessons. So we told the parent what we're trying to do and how it relates, so they'd see if you were talking to the child on the court that they're not upset like you're stealing my money because I'm paying for lessons and you're talking to them. So to me, some parent education and get them involved. Like, do you want your kid to learn how to communicate? Do you want your kid to know how to deal with adversity, etc.? Get them to buy in. So some politicking, public relations. And then I think the other is we have some evidence that life skills can help you perform better. The example I gave of top athletes who get arrested or who get on drugs or whatever, teaching life skills can help you on the field and off the field. And maybe you emphasize more on the field. If we're more confident, we'll play better. If we set goals, we'll play better. And then do some of it off the field. So when I went over the 3 settings, the traditional sport setting's the trickiest one because you're trying to win, you're trying to get fitness. I don't think these have to be competing values. I think we can, how can I work life skills into those things? For example, getting athletes to give 100% effort is not easy. If I talk to them about quitting, about failure, about overcoming adversity, that could help us perform better. But then I also say, well, what about school? If you're struggling in school, what did we learn on the pitch that could help you there? So that would be a quick answer.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Professor Daniel. So actually, it's only 2 minutes from the schedule. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the session. Once again, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to Professor Daniel and all the speakers for your concise and fruitful presentation. I know that I need to give back the camera and video to the master ceremony, but then since he has something to do, I would like to request all of the audience and Professor Daniel to open your camera because we are going to have our photo session. Hopefully you don't mind with this kind of arrangement, Professor Daniel, because this is more real than the certificate itself. So just to prove your attendance, please, committee, would you mind to help us to take the photo session?
Okay.
So Ms. Anira.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're going to lead this session, right?
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to switch on your camera, and we'll have a photo session. And for your information, we have 6 slides. So please keep smiling. Okay. So we begin in the first slide. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next to the next slide. 1,
Sorry.
2, 3. Thank you. And then the third one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The fourth one. 1, 2, 3. The fifth one. 1, 2, 3. And the last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much. So, Miss Rita, I would like to inform you that Mr. Ubat is already here.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to pass over the camera to Mr. Ubat, Mr. Ceremony. Oh, Master of Ceremony, Pak Ubat.
Well, thank you so much, Ibu Rita. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a big round of applause for the moderator and also all the speakers for today's great and fruitful discussion. And now we've come to the closing session for day 1 of the third international Conference of Sport for Development and Peace. And I would like to remind you that tomorrow we're having the day 2 of the conference, and we're having also the parallel session. And I would like to remind each speaker to read the guidelines for the parallel session on the website of the conference. So yeah, Anira, is there anything else that I need to deliver? Is there any other information that I need to pass on to the participants?
I think for the presenter that they might be read the guideline for presenter for tomorrow parallel session.
I just informed that to them. Well, so yeah, I believe this is the end of our session for today. Thank you so much on behalf of the organizing committee. And my name is Ubat, as today's Master of Ceremony, signing off. Thank you so much for your enthusiastic participation, and my apologies for any inconvenience. See you tomorrow, everyone. Stay safe and stay healthy. Bye. Have a great day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Professor Daniel, thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Rita, and thank you to the operator. I appreciate everything.
Daniel, thank you
Been an
very
honor.
much.
Thank you, Professor.
Nuhun Pak Daniel. Prof.
Turnuhun, Pak Ubat. Mana kita tak can lebat.
Mohon atau Pak Ubat.
Ya,
Terima kasih Prof. Terima kasih
Terima kasih
semuanya.
semuanya ya. Sampai jumpa besok.